I forgot to change the Twitch title, but I will real quick. I forgot to change the stream title. So I need to remove the queue empty part, or queue closed part. Queue's not actually closed. Boom. I fixed it. Hello, Rexpor. Okay. Boom, we're going to gain some elo. You know how it goes. How are you doing? I'm doing actually pretty darn well. I had that tournament yesterday. And while I'm not satisfied with my performance, I did do fairly well. There were 81 people and I got 9th with 6 out of 9. I'm good. Uni start again. Ooh, mine's starting I think next week, maybe week after. Until I get tattooed. I forgot about that. I keep forgetting about that. Yeah, my uni starts either next week or the week after, so it's soon. In any case, it's soon. So I'm looking forward to that. Ish. I'm in a weird spot. Uni's in a weird spot. I like I've always have mixed feelings about uni. I feel like this is always a good. Maybe I should have played B6 in this. Uni literally exists. You know what? True. I'm not gonna. Let's not say the problem, but the thing about uni is that, like, I'm glad that I'm doing it, but it's like causes a lot of stress. So while like I have no intention of stopping, it's something that is in the moment stressful. Oh, there you go. Well, the block button exists for a reason, so I think it's important that anyone has the calling it a right is a little bit dramatic, but has the ability to, for any reason, without any justification, block another person. It solves a lot of problems. It solves a lot of problems having people be able to just randomly block each other. A lot of otherwise very difficult to solve problems. Well, you know, be that as it may, I would go so far as to say, to some degree, it almost doesn't matter. Bananas. That's a good word. Strong word. True facts. Only the truest and most factual of true facts. Actually, just a second. I almost forgot to have YouTube chat open. Up. Dox myself. Now I don't even have to show anything problematic in order for it to be a dox. Rants about brand called Last Dinner Party. It must have been. It couldn't have been that strong of a rant because I do not. Like, I believe you that you did, but I don't remember anything about a band called Dinner Party specifically. It's entirely possible you did, and I just forgot though. There we go. Much better. Yeah, and plus, you know how I am with names. It's entirely possible, and I would go so far as to say even likely that you did, and I just can't remember the name. Dinner Party specifically. Because no offense to the band known as Dinner Party, but the name Dinner Party is not exactly 100% original. Like, I've heard of dinner parties before. And honestly, that just already makes them the worst band I've ever heard. 0 out of 10. Reconsider an industry plant. Ooh. I remember the industry plant discussion. I remember talking about industry plants. I don't really remember in what context. And I don't really remember what conclusion we came to. But I remember talking about industry plants. The last dinner party. That sounds more familiar. I still can't say I remember. Well, they brought it on? No, I believe you. So we determined that the last dinner party are industry plants? Is that where we're at? And Coachella before they had a single album out. That is super sketchy. That's incredibly sketchy. Showing these games today, I was basically losing the whole game and I was spoiling it, but they gave me one last chance and I saw it. That sounds exciting. Yeah, the drop. I mean, they would have to drop an album eventually if they're banned, right? Although I guess industry plants don't exactly follow standard band protocol. In theory. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, it's not impossible, but it asks questions. It begs questions. That's what I want to say. Am I losing this game? And like, if your part of your band identity is being an indie band, then it's kind of hard because then like, how much of that is lying into a really problematic degree? Which I presume that a non-negligible portion of their brand identity is kind of like an indie underground sort of feel. Oh, that's cool. So what you're telling me here, what I'm getting from this, using my masterful understanding of subtext, is that we think that BCNR are industry plants. Right? Flex. Oof, welcome, Thunder. Indian niche. Yeah. That sounds like it could be an industry plant. Definitely industry plants. 100% chance. 100% chance of industry plant. Ha. Got 9th out of 81 on Sunday, which is not terrible, but I think I could have done better. Kind of looks like a draw, low-key. No, that would have disproved the entire industry plan thing. And that doesn't make any sense. I'm trying to create a narrative from nothing. It's like telling a story, but with more lying. How losing is this move? Yeah, absolutely. Hey, 1400. That's huge. Congrats, Egg. Did you, wait, aren't you the one who said that if you don't reach 1400 in a certain time period, then you're bad? Did you manage to make your time period? I don't remember what the time period was. Hello, Snail. I'm not accepting a draw here. What do you think you're doing, Space Lord? Check me back and forth a few times. Okay, now I'll accept the draw. I'm dumb. I forgot that I couldn't escape to the square. Okay, new 10 minute, new 10 minute. That one doesn't, that's a draw, so draw game 1 doesn't count. Cause isn't playing at Coachella a big deal? I'm fairly certain that's like a big deal. That's like a thing that people want to do. What's it? Oh, okay. Well, either way, you did it. Congrats. What does that even mean, Snail? See, Elo ebbs and flows. The more you can relax, the better the flow will be. I still believe in giving the benefit of the doubt, Rexport, because at the end of the day, even in this situation, while obviously industry plan bad, only hot takes, I don't think it's that big a deal to give him the benefit of the doubt. Well, yeah, but hello, pandas. Like, I don't think it's bad to have a artist who's affiliated with a brand. That's doesn't matter. But it's the kind of deception inherent in the idea of an industry plant that's problematic. Yes, no, that's definitely the most key thing. If I think of the words industry and plant put together, the first thing that comes to mind is BCNR. My 1,000 brother bet $20 to me that I can't adopt and wrap it. Aw. Poor guy, poor kid. Why would, see, is he your younger brother or your older brother? Because I would say, oh, in that case, take his money. Okay, then take his money. Did I say my famous musician? I mean, exactly, industry plant. Because we all know that when musician has musician family, industry plant. Because the only way music skills transfer is via nepotism. It's not like, you know, being good at something can help your hypothetical posterity also be good at that thing because you are able to help them along. That's fake. It's the only way it makes sense. George, you got some all caps going. Hey, there you go. You're in. Oh, really? I mean, I could see it. The problem is it's so difficult to tell, right? Just by the nature of the beast, it all has to be speculation. Like, obviously, I don't think they're industry plants, but, like, the problem is It's like trying to tell if anyone's lying in general, right? How can you tell the difference between the truth and a really good long con? In some philosophical way, you almost can't. And that's scary, you know? Is he like an underrated 1,000 pandas? Because if he's just 1,000 and he's making that, that's straight financial irresponsibility. Pulling your goes on F4 right now. I wish, right? Ooh, thump, rump, delicious. I mean, was exactly. So like I could see it. I find it highly unlikely. Because then you get into the philosophical. Thank you, God Killer, for the follow. Anyway, then you get into the philosophical perspective of, okay, even if it is in that case a long con industry plan, at what point does it become sincere? Hello there, comedian. At one point does it stop being a problem that it's an industry plan? Where's the lie? You know? That's kind of like the memes where it's like, oh, I'm only pretending I like you. That's why I married you and we're together for 30 years. I'm playing the long game. You know? It's like, at what point does it stop mattering? That's what I mean. Cause like the slow play, the problem is well, 2091, not 2092, but I'm about to be 2092 because I'm about to beat this guy. Well, yeah, but see, that's different. See, that's what's so interesting about it. I'm one elo off. I think Twitch. I think Bezos will forgive me. I want to keep myself on this diagonal if possible. I mean, this works too. Your face is an unforgivable mistake. Wait, that actually sounded like it could have been a real insult. Hold on a second. Hold on. Because, like, I mean, there, from a certain perspective, sincerity is just an infinitely long play. You know, it's a rug pull where you don't actually, where you intend to pull the rug after an infinite amount of time. So there might as well not be a rug pull, right? So that's where the industry plant thing, like I said, inherently, the problem with the industry plan is like the deception aspect of it, right? Because theoretically, what does it matter? Well, too bad. I'm a 2096 currently, so not gonna happen. I could see it, but like, what's with everyone wanting a rematch after a silly blunder? It hurts to play those sorts of moves. Sumner, at least that's my theory. No, it's not a theory that those moves hurt. Those moves do hurt. My theory is that that's why people want a rematch, is because it hurts. How do? Hey, you're already in the queue, are you not, comedian? Because like the problem with being an industry plant is the fact that you're trying to trick people into thinking that you're not an industry plant, right? If you're just like a brand who decided, hey, we're going to invest in making this really cool artistic endeavor, then I don't think anyone really complained. That's not true. Some people would complain, but I think those people would then be being unreasonable. Right? Those people would be unreasonable. Yeah, see, the covertness is the problem. Right? That's my point. My point is that the covertness is inherently the issue. And that outside of covertness, there isn't an issue. That's my... See, that's where my... That's where what I'm saying gets a little hot. Is I'm saying outside of the covertness, there isn't an issue. Not just that the covertness is the issue, but that outside of it, there is no issue. It's not even just inherently salt. It's just... Chess is hard. And it's very easy to feel like, ah, almost, right? Because in a lot of cases it is. No, I don't think you're a hater. I think you're being completely reasonable. Per usual, I think we pretty much agree. We're just fleshing out the details. He's going to play check and we're going to play the endgame. Oh, wow, really? Oh, yeah, that was stupid of me. Man, what am I doing? Why am I giving my opponent a gift? I think I get my pawn back now, though. Yeah, the first person's going to be rough. Sometimes you got to make it through, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know what I'm saying. So if someone knows what I'm saying, that would be nice. Playing terrible this game. Just absolute garbo. Not sure what that means. Gangster. And get through it, you know? I do. Okay. Just had to hit him with the soft dab. Actually a miserable position. Ah, thank you. And Rudin, boy, that one's a pretty obvious portmanteau. I might be ignorant of London slang, but I can read. Memorize 2 games fully? That happens. As you get better, you just it just kind of starts happening. At least that's how it's felt to me. I am just playing terrible. Like, miserable. Like, I don't even know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing or why I'm doing it or... I know who am I doing. I know who I'm doing it to. That's myself. But of course I know him. He's me. But oh, that sounds cool. Also, Rexpor, did you see that Fantano has finally become based and realized that Worlds is actually a good album? I don't forget my own birthday. I forget my siblings' birthdays, but that's completely different. Yeah, outside of obviously Worlds, that would be an Eminem album. Losing Endgame? Yeah. Nope, not a losing endgame. Who said that? Not a losing endgame. I really didn't think he would fall for that. Poor guy. I'm sorry. If you're watching, Mr. Automatic Close, weird name, I am really sorry. I really, honestly, fully, sincerely, did not think he would fall for that. I did not deserve that draw at all. I played a terrible endgame. Maybe he assumed like I mouse slipped or something? To be fair, it was a really weird looking stalemate. Like, it didn't... Yeah, normally stalemates feel more like stalemates than that one did. That one did not feel like a stalemate. Bro, I had a 2K blunder a knight in 4 moves last time I streamed. Oh, Stonewall. Here we go. Literally had a 2K blunder a knight on move 4. I don't blame him. I do the same stuff. I am also dumb. But the Grammys just kind of happened. I didn't even catch them. What? Let me see what was nominated. What was nominated? What won Grammy 2023? Here we go. I bet you I'm not going to have heard of any of it. I did not listen to Harry's House. I did not listen to Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. I didn't listen to like any of this. What did I expect? I heard vaguely about it being a thing that happened, but I don't know any of the details. I know literally none of the details. Oh, it's old Grammys. First Pakistani GM. Okay, so I'm assuming it was a political move. If it wasn't, that's super cool. Good for them. But I'm assuming it was political, knowing FIDE. In which case, why? Like, what happened? Did someone, like, donate or something? Obviously, I'm not against it. I'm just saying, like... Unless I'm... Or was he, like, ridiculously strong as well? Good, but died early? Oh, in that case, cool. Cool. Oh, he won the British Chess Championship in 1930. Oh, okay, so, oh, okay, no. This is like a real thing. Oh, that's excellent. Super interesting. He defeated Capablanca? Oh, okay, yeah, so it's like, oh, so, okay. This is going to sound terrible. It's like a real thing. With FIDE, it's difficult to know nowadays. But in that case, that's super sick. I love seeing that sort of stuff happen. Good to recognize stuff. Maybe they were feeling generous, but either way, it almost, like, doesn't matter, because, like... Okay, give me a second. Yeah, I haven't heard of any of this either. Even if it was, that's not the worst reason. Like, I mean... That's kind of what posthumous, like, things are for, right? Is to promote chess in the specific region where you're awarding it. And to, like, honor a chess player who might not have been as honored in his time. Hey, Jay. You know, that's kind of like what that's for. This might be stupid. But my plan is like here and then like this. I mean, it's like the... It's like the Oscars, you know, the Grammys. They're just like... It's great to see artists who are doing amazing things get awards for it, but like you can't expect that. You just have to realize what you're working with, you know? Or rather, what you're working without. And a soul is one of the things you're working without. Come on, that was good. Yeah, I mean... Like, obviously, I get why it could be a big deal for some people, but... It's just an awards show like that, especially for art. It's like, eh. Wow. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. It's like, okay. I don't think the Grammys are pointless, per se. I just think... we should try to remember what they are. Before we get frustrated at what they are. I've heard good things about Killer Mike, but I never actually listened to it. I tried listening to Heroes and Villains by Metro Boomin. I couldn't. I didn't enjoy it. Scientists and Engineers. Okay, that makes sense. I've heard of the rap project or album or whatever it is. That one. I don't know much about it, but I have heard of it. He also drew Alyakin and You. Guess I would try to stop trying to like rap. Yeah, I don't think you should try to like things. You should try to understand why people like things, but trying to like things specifically, I don't know how I feel about. I don't think I agree with that as a concept. Like, again, trying to understand other people's appreciation of something makes perfect sense. Kind of like Pitbull. That makes sense. But Pitbull is like Drake, where he's like at that weird midpoint between hip-hop and pop, where it's like, okay, I'm not going to say it's not hip-hop because I don't think I have a refined enough palate to really make a judgment in that regard, but it's like really pushing it. You know what I mean? Again, it's not intended to be a dig, but I do like a few rap artists. I say it's not my genre. It's not that I dislike every rap song I've ever heard. It's just that, for the most part, if I'm going to pick a genre of music to listen to, it's not going to be rap. The way I always word it is, it's not my genre. Because I think that is the most honest way for me to word it. There's no, like, disdain for rap in me. It's nothing like that. It's just not my genre. My gut instinct told me to not include the check because now I'm threatening like this. Or shadow threatening it at least. Maybe the Ed Sheeran type? I'm not really the Ed Sheeran type either. Is he going to viewer games? Maybe I'll do one after this if I win this one. We'll see how we feel. Because tonight's going to be a full-length stream. I don't have like a tournament tomorrow or anything, so. I'm not sure if I'll call myself the BCNR type. I think you're Troy Cowboy for the Hall. Yeah. I'm currently listening to a Burial mix. I like thinking too much to be an Ed Sheeran type. What's your social security number? That's a good question, Lord Amogus. However, I must admit that this isn't an AMA, so I don't have to answer every question I'm asked. You know? Predictable. You know, over time, it's a very good name, I like it. Anyway, over time, my appreciation of mainstream art has grown because I've started to see it from a different perspective. More specifically, I kind of realized that its purpose is different from that of non-mainstream art. It doesn't have the same objective. And so, for lack of a more nuanced way of putting it, getting frustrated at it for not accomplishing a purpose it never was trying to accomplish is a little silly. Well, I'm not saying you have to listen to it for that reason. I'm just saying people getting mad at it like some people do. Like getting angry at Ed Sheeran's music, you know? Obviously, you don't have to like it. This isn't a why you should like Ed Sheeran. This is a why Ed Sheeran's music shouldn't make you angry. Which are two very different things. Did I miss a free queen? Don't think I did. In fact, I would probably say that one of the words I would most use to describe Ed Sheeran's music is inoffensive. Explatorate? That's a new one. What does that one mean? I might have missed a queen. It is possible. Ah, so it's like, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like talking around something. Yeah. That's good. Explatorate. I like that one. I'm keeping that one for later, definitely. I might forget it, but I'll try not to. Okay. I think he's spending too much time. If he's going to play Rook D8, he definitely should just do it. But honestly, even then, I think I go like Queen B7 maybe. And then he goes Rook back to D7 though. I don't know. Maybe I have Rook B7. That would be a funny move. I don't think it works. It doesn't feel right. Sacrifice the queen. If at all possible, I would love to. That is bold. I was going to say optimistic, but bold is a better descriptor, methinks. I am just going to be a coward. Hello, cat. I'm just going to be a coward and force the queen trade. Because then in this heavy piece and bishop endgame, his pawn on d5 is painfully weak. Case in point, I can probably take this. Probably. Okay, so what if I take and he moves the king? Then I take the queen. Then after takes, I have takes here check. Yeah? I always have takes here at the end, right? Unless he has rook here. So he'd have to take with rook. So if takes, he goes here. Then I take the queen. Then he plays king takes. Then I no longer have this. But I have this. Looks right. In the back of your credit card? No. In Oppenheimer, Niels Bohr asked Oppenheimer, "Can you hear the music?" That is one of my favorite scenes, if not my favorite scene from that movie. Such a beautiful and poetic representation of that idea. I just got into a few of my safeties and targets, so I'm going to college. Hey, that's huge. Congrats, Kat. What'd you say you were going to college for? I don't recall off the top of my head. No, it's okay. 2 pawns up in the rook endgame? Acceptable. Okay, I saw that one coming. Thank you. I applied for physics. Physics. Interesting. Sorry I'm not being as responsive as I normally would. I'm trying to win this game. And I'm a wee bit low on time. I like this as a move a lot. Might not be good, but looks kind of scary. It's Heiming time and detonated the nuke on the Japanese. Just the same. Can you hear the music? Ah, I love it. I completely agree. That's kind of, I've described positional chess even before Oppenheimer came out. One of the ways I tried to describe positional chess was as sort of an orchestra where you're trying to make all of your instruments play in sync. And I'm not talking about the band, although you could also make them all play in sync, the band. I don't know, Max Boy, that information seemed like a hit to me. Being able to hear your pieces and their parts they play in the overall narrative of the game of chess is something that I love, but it's hard to describe. And so Oppenheimer did me a favor, did me a solid by giving me a way to describe it. That's a really early resignation. At least check me and make me have to fight. Okay, I'll play one more. I'll play one more. And then we'll play maybe two more. We'll see how this goes. How this game goes will determine. But I just want to be a little more solidly above 2K, 2100 before I start playing rated. Because right now it still feels like I'm basically still not 2100 yet. Again, I like the "can you hear the music" as the metaphor for am I about to fall for the dang bishop takes again? I'm not doing that. I love the "can you hear the music" as a metaphor for being able to feel the way something works. It's honestly one of my favorite things about the movie Oppenheimer, a movie which overall I had mixed feelings about. Overall positive, yet mixed. It doesn't matter if you can see if you can do the math. Can you hear the music? And it's funny, that Oppenheimer "can you hear the music," right? If you remember the actual scene from the movie, the guy in the movie was quoting someone else. Yes. Like, the actual quote itself was referencing a different example of someone using the same idea of "can you hear the music," right? And so it's interesting that a quote of a quote has itself become meaningful enough to kind of eclipse the cultural knowledge of the original quote. There's something in there. There's some thought in there. There's an underbaked theory happening in that one. I'll leave the legwork to the audience at home. So my intention was this check. Followed by mayhaps a knight here. I'm eating spaghetti right now, based. Well, technically, it's also a work of Ludwig Göransson. After my school exams are over, I just go around my country, travel, and play chess. Oh, that sounds wonderful. I don't know if I have plans for after I finish college. Actually, I would go as far as saying I'm sure I don't have plans for after I finish college. probably because for me, that's like such a, okay, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it kind of thing. You know, like it's like, okay, right now I'm going to focus on actually finishing. And then once I finish, we'll figure out what I'm going to do once I actually finish, you know? Enzo plays volley. Is this like a second account or something? Or is it an inside joke that I'm not aware of? Yeah. Or wait, are you not the Enzo I know? Is Enzo a popular name? Hold on a second, I'm rethinking my entire life. College or school? Yeah. It's a little scary. It's a little bit of a scary place to be. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know you? Okay, so you're not the Enzo I know. I didn't know Enzo was that popular of a name. I asked someone the other day if Enzo was a popular name, and they said yes, but I didn't believe them. Maybe I should have. Only in Italy? Okay, the guy I know wasn't Italian, so this got even weirder. The guy I know is not Italian. Are you talking about more than one person can have the same name? Why, is it not a good name? Do you not like it? Okay, now I'm more curious. Now I'm even more curious. There's so much context here. There's so much lore. There's Enzo lore. It sounds like a Transformer. Enzo lore. Tour guide in Italy for their honeymoon? It's not that bad. Named after a tour guide? It's not that... He was a really good tour guide, okay? You're not named after a tour guide. You're named after a legendary tour guide. Okay, so technically, I have the same first name as the doctor who delivered me. That was not intentional, but it is true. The tour guide, exactly. You're not named after a tour guide. You're named after the tour guide. Always remember that. But does Enzo really play volleyball? Now we're asking the real questions. More like a 4.5? Wait, your parents didn't even respect you enough to name you after a good tour guide? Oh, this is... there is lore. This keeps getting better. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Nobody deserves a fate that grim. I do play for a minor league volleyball. Oh, super! That's super cool. What brings you to a chess channel? You picking it up? Watch Queen's Gambit or something? Well, it's a bit late for that. What do people watch nowadays that get them into chess? Queen's Gambit is so like last internet wave. That made more sense in my head. You wanna know something crazy? Always. I was named after my dad. I was named after my granddad. Which is a very common thing to do here. Dear Joe, probably not intentional, but still interesting. Really? Training to try for the Olympics. Ooh, super cool. How about Pawn Sacrifice the movie? Pawn Sacrifice was okay. I enjoyed it. Justin on 6, so I took it out. Now I'm at 900. Hey, but the most important question: can you beat your dad now? No, he's a prince. His dad is king. Yeah, there we go. That's the most important part. His position, very bad. Grimm and the Grimm brothers are not related. Yeah, Grimm and Tales are so grim. I did know that the words aren't related, but I never thought about it as being a coincidence. It is a coincidence, in hindsight. Quite a momentous one, I would even say. However, it is not a thought that had occurred to me. This position is fine. Definitely very easy. What's your stream schedule? I usually stream Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday starting at 7 p.m. Central European Standard Time. Now that 7 p.m. is with an asterisk because I am frequently a little late. I was so shook. I could see it. I love me some folk tales though. Nobody else has? What? I'm in the US, so I'm PST. Well, CEST is Central European Standard Time because I'm in North Macedonia. I know I sound like an American because I am half American. Whoa, crazy game. Crazy egg. It's insane. Unheard of. Minutes on average can be easily extended 30 minutes. Rexpor, elaboration was unnecessary. And I would even go as far as to say unappreciated. Maybe hurtful. AM or PM? PM. So that would be earlier in the day your time. So like whatever time it is wherever you are, an hour earlier. This is a very sad position. Okay, no, that one is kind of my fault because I like want to run experimental software, and so I do, and then I regret it. Rexpor, shh. You have to let them discover on their own. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Shh, you're spoiling all the fun parts. We started watching Vsauce and his videos keep me up at night. I like Vsauce videos. Okay, well, with that calendar to tune in and at least say hi. I appreciate it. Okay, now we'll actually start playing against viewers. I'm not 2100 anymore, but it's fine. I don't care. It shocks me usually. Rexport, don't be so mean. It's been an hour already. Your face has been an hour already, and technically it hasn't. It's only been 58 minutes and 47 seconds. Not an hour. Legally, not an hour. Okay, so wait. The other Enzo I know is an American. Al or AI? It's Al. Because originally, okay, so I came up with the name when I was like 15. Okay, so in hindsight, kind of dumb. But at the time, I was thinking a portmanteau of like alchemy and comedy, right? Now, in hindsight, it looks more like alcoholic and median, as in like average. So in hindsight, it looks more like the average alcoholic. But that was not originally my intent. It does look like AI. Yeah, no, yeah. And to be fair, the bot I have is called AlcoGPT. Although that's a joke. It's not actually an LLM. My dad's friend has a son and his name is Enzo. He's Brazilian. What's your dad's name? Get doxed. I'm from Brazil. Oh, really? I like when you try to keep you with your stream schedule. True. True. I look at a calendar and everything just gets, you know what I mean? I've been texted. Do I care? Okay, yeah. No, I don't. AI since ChatGPT came out. Well, that's because most of it is. It's fascinating how quickly AI and the large language models have taken over the internet. It's actually depressing. It's only a little depressing because I feel like a lot of good can and will come out of it. I feel like it's the sequel to the Industrial Revolution that we didn't want, but we got anyway. Okay. Very goofy opening, but okay. It's a pawn sack, and your opponent gave you the bishop pair. Can't be that bad for you. Knight f6, good move. Bishop g4. Sure. There's a saying in chess. There's a lot of sayings in chess, but one of them is the pin is mightier than the capture. And this is one of those cases. Just keep the pin. I think the pin's doing a better job of suppressing him than capturing does. Honestly, you could consider h6, because after takes, e takes, it's not actually that bad for you. If it even is bad. You got the world's worst pawn structure, but you've also got an extra pawn, and this is kind of weak, and you've got the bishop pair. So this is something to consider. So h6 is a move. Other moves. Honestly, h6 looks like the most obvious move to me. Force him to make a decision. What's my first brilliant? Show for it. Oh, what's my brain doing? Go for it. I was trying to combine show it and go for it, but I went show for it. So then I said it again, because first time I thought of show it and then I changed it to go for it. Then the second time I thought of go for it and I changed it to show it. And so both times I ended up with the same mistake. 900 could do it. Hey, everything is possible when you believe. Anyway, so h6, just forcing him to make a decision looks best. Otherwise, it's kind of hard to find a move to recommend, because you don't want to play something like e6, because then you immediately get this pawn captured, right? I mean, rook b8 is kind of a fairly simple move to attack the... You just have to play h6 at some point. Okay, so you have to develop your dark squared bishop. Let's go backwards. The reason h6 is such a move that you're kind of forced to play at some point, whether or not you include rook b8 is kind of irrelevant, is because you have to get this bishop out in castle. The center is very, very, like, teetering on the edge, and so you really want to get your king out of there as soon as possible. So the question is, how do you get this bishop out, right? You could play for g6, and honestly, that's a reasonable approach to the position. You play g6, bishop f7. The problem, as I see it, is that it does not help secure your center. It doesn't force anything to happen on your opponent's side. This bishop maintains its strength and maybe even gets stronger. No, I'm talking about the game I'm currently showing on screen, which is for king egg. This bishop actually gets stronger because now it still has this pressure on this diagonal against your queen. And so while it's completely reasonable and probably worth it, it's slow, and it creates some potential weaknesses on the king side here, because you never know what's going to happen. But plus the possibility of taking on f6 and then taking on e4, which is probably more than a possibility, probably is an inevitability more so, right? So g6 is reasonable and I wouldn't be angry about it, but it gives the pawn back, and it creates weaknesses. e6 is what you would want to play, but the problem is that gives you the pawn back immediately, and now you're kind of like, do I really want to go into this position? It's not unplayable, but like white has a lot of compensation for the pawn. And so that leaves you with trying to get the bishop out of the way. And so then h6 immediately suggests itself as a way of getting rid of the bishop. Because then he's either forced to take, at which point you take with this pawn. He tries to take in the center. You can probably play f5, but you can also probably just go bishop e7 and castle. And just say, okay, I have the bishop pair and an open board. That's worth the pawn structure weaknesses. And if he doesn't take on e4, then you're just chilling. So like h6, g3 are both pretty reasonable to me. Even this makes some sense, although I wouldn't suggest it. Bishop takes e2 kind of leaves you with the same decision, but now it's slightly worse because you don't have the bishop pair anymore. One of your key strengths in this position is the bishop pair versus the knight pair. The bishop pair in an open board is considered better, and you've already taken one of his center pawns, and you're going to be losing this pawn at some point, at which point the center is going to be at least semi-open. So the bishops are going to prove themselves stronger. And so by giving up your light squared bishop, you're giving up one of the key advantages of your position that makes up for some of the weaknesses. Now, queen takes d4 is greedy. It is very, very greedy. Sometimes you can, if you can get away with it, greed can be a good thing. But in this position, there's no way you can get away with it. At this point, you have to start thinking, like, okay, let's say you go queen, like, b4 or something. Let's take a critical look at this position. You have given up... He has given up 2, maybe 3 pawns if you try to take this. Now, taking this, I'm pretty sure loses on the spot, but that's beside the point. So he's given up 2 pawns. In return for the 2 pawns, he has all of his pieces developed and a good and a safe king. And you have an unsafe king sitting in the center with no way of developing one of your pieces immediately, and soon nowhere to put your king because he's going to double your pawns on the king side too. So now your king is forever unsafe. That is absolutely compensation. It is very, very, very clearly full compensation. After takes here, the knight's dominating the bishop. This position gets worse the more you look at it. So taking here is very greedy. I like a good hard-boiled egg from time to time, although mixing it into fried rice is also very good. I would say those are my 2 favorite ways to eat an egg. So this is very much tempting the hands of fate. But he plays bishop takes and then queen takes. I don't like queen takes. You know what? That sounds good too. The problem with bacon is you get like chewy fatty bits, and I don't like that. Queen takes, not terrible. But at this point, you already have a doubled pawns. What are you going to do? Make more doubled pawns? It's like you still have doubled pawns in both cases. This just gets your bishop developed 1 move quicker. And that's worth it. Because queen takes, like, I mean, I don't know if this is a good move yet, but it's tempting, and you have to wait another move to get your bishop developed, and this knight's very strong. So I would take with pawn here. Get this bishop in the game as soon as possible. But okay. He takes with queen, which I fundamentally disagree with. And now you castle long. That's an interesting decision. First impressions are terrible. However... Okay, so there's sometimes playing risky. There's like 2 types of playing risky. There's castles in this position playing risky, which is like it is risky, but it's like it's interesting. There's philosophical justification. This knight is well dominated by the pawn. It doesn't really have a clear and obvious way in. Your bishop will get out quickly and you're getting a development advantage. He doesn't really have a direction he wants to castle, and your rook gets in really quick. Like, there's a justification. And then there's takes here risky, where it's just like it's clearly very, very bad for you. The art of playing risky chess is about knowing which one is which. I still don't like queen takes though. I mean, I guess if you're trying, and you know what? On second thought, if your intention is to castle long, No, the still castle's long is good here. Never mind. Greed and risk are different. Sometimes greed is a form of risk. Anyway, again, still takes with E was better, but okay. Rook d4. E6. See, this is what I mean. Like, there's no reason to let the king in. Not king, queen in. There's no reason. You need to make sure the queen does not get into your position. There's no reason to let it in. You've already delayed the development a million times for much less. Like, playing queen takes delays your development for much less than this does. This is a very useful move. Normally in the queenside castling, you want to play king b8, but here king b7 is even better. So just, I don't like e6 because here comes queenie poo. You know. This is a thoroughly awkward position. Now you give up this pawn as well. So you give up your pawn advantage. Maybe you're fine, but it's risky. Rook h4. Hold on a second. Why is knight e4 that good? Aha. He gets a checkmated. No, yep, that checks out. Yeah, no, you get checkmated if you move the queen off the diagonal. Yeah, no, you get checkmated. Fun. Fun. See, this is why you had to play king b7. This is what I mean when I say risky chess versus bad chess. This is not risky chess. Risky chess is if the king was on b7. With the king not on b7, this is just terrible. You're just getting mated. Risky chess is being very clearly aware of the strengths and weaknesses of your position and having very extreme strengths and weaknesses, but playing around them the minimum you possibly can. You have to be very aware of this structure and the weaknesses it imposes in this position to play risky chess. You have to be very aware of what it is. And then you play king b7 and then you say, okay, there is nothing. It looks terrible, but there's nothing. After queen a6, queen takes c6. It's still very unpleasant. Oh, that's bad. That's very bad. Okay, give me a second. Checkmate, yeah? It's like here, 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 here. Standard puzzle rush stuff, right? That's a nice tactic. I'll give you that one. That one's pretty. Doom, 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 doom. Very pretty. I like it. True J. I like it. And to be fair, this is a very pretty checkmate. Bishop g3 especially. It's very nice. Want to review my game? So here's the thing, Enzo. I have a queue of people. And so skipping other people to analyze your game would be rough. Because then it's like total anarchy. No reason to apologize. Asked a simple question. That's a pretty checkmate. So, you deserve death. Not you, Enzo. Egg. Anyway, Egg deserves death, but unfortunately his opponent did not give it to him. Not you. You're fine. You're fine. You did not deserve death. Your only crime is being from Brazil. I'm too European for my own good at this point. I've been here 8 years. So overall, interesting game. A lot of interesting ideas here. This is not, okay, this is not a 1 second move. This is not a 1 second move. You have to calculate rook d1. You must calculate rook d1. You do not go, ooh, free pawn, and then you take pawn. You calculate rook d1. Risky chess is good. I like risky chess. Everybody likes risky chess. They're just too much of cowards to play it. And I'm talking there. This includes yours truly. If I weren't a coward, I would be playing King's Gambit every game. Shaws. No, it's a nice checkmate. It is, but you deserve death in that game. Did Shaws join queue, and then immediately leave? You know, that's kind of based. Forget joining stream to play chess, just joining stream for the call out. That's what it's really about. Like making a really bad Twitch name, or like a really dumb Twitch name, or like a Twitch name that's like the name of a brand or something, and then coming into my queue, and then joining queue. That's called marketing. You listen to me, my marketing professor? Why'd you fail me? I'm full of good ideas. Full of something, but good ideas ain't it. Okay. Thunder? He's also gone. Rip. Theory will only get you so far. That's a good line too. Everyone's God. Fake fans, all of them. Comedian Blobfish, come on, Comedian Blobfish has got to be here. I'm here. You are here. This is true. Hey, that just means you'll get to your turn faster, eh? You're hardly weeping yourself to sleep. You know what I'm saying? I'm not here. Okay, good to know. I'll skip your next turn. Jay recently watched Oppenheimer and it's showing because he realized how solid some of it is. Oppenheimer has some weaknesses, but man, when it hits like no other Nolan movie hits. You know what I'm saying? Comedian Blobfish isn't even here. Cormac must be here. I refuse to believe in a universe where Cormac is not here. Have you seen Barbenheimer? I've seen Oppenheimer, but not Barbie. That's clickbait. I'm one elo ahead of my title. It's not clickbait. Your face is clickbait. Ooh, you're not actually a king, are you? That's what I thought. So don't come in here talking about clickbait. It's a mix of the two. The massive crossover. Well, I've heard of Barbenheimer as like the crossover between the two from a marketing perspective. You're not a blobfish? That's what you think. Maybe I am a blobfish and you don't know it. I've said this before. This is just a VTuber model. It's just the best VTuber model you've ever seen. King and an egg? No way. 4K VTuber? I am not in 4K. I do not have a 4K webcam. Allegedly. Cormac AFK? I was shocked. Honestly, I'm shook. Well, I guess it was your turn next to Enzo. I'm sorry for telling you it wasn't your turn yet. It's like I'm eating my words. I am too much on the internet. I read your name. The first thing I read was sus. I am terminally online. Okay, let's see it. That's my last name, I swear. I believe you. I believe you. It doesn't matter. The brain sees what it sees. You know how brains see faces and everything? That's how we are with the word sus. Things will never change. Humanity is flawed at the core. In the system, I'm second again. Based king. Knight f3. I'm so sorry. See, my name is often mispronounced, but it's pronounced to cool things. Like laser. And NASCAR. Well, NASCAR is like half cool. Okay, NASCAR used to be cool. Okay, Scotch. Or AI comedian. Exactly. That one's very unfortunate. Okay, sure, you can take. I mean, we'll find out, egg. Knight f6. Okay, so knight f6 normally would be a good move. The only problem with knight f6 is I'm pretty sure it allows something nasty like e5. Yeah, speak of the devil. Right? What you should play instead... maybe queen f6. It's not the dumbest idea of all time. Don't know if this is a good move. Yeah, okay. Queen f6, you bring the bishop out, then you bring the knight out. It's chess. You could bring the queen here. So queen f6 is probably best. Yeah, we'll get there. I'll go through the entire game, don't worry. But okay. Knight f6, you allow e5, which is kind of annoying. c5, okay, good. Knight d5, good. The problem... Okay, so this is a good way of going about it. I appreciate the thought process. The issue is that now you got this perma-weak pawn, this perma-weak square, and both of your bishops will have a very difficult time being active. But okay, I'm sure you already know that. Knight b4 I do not like. He gave you a chance here. Knight b6, queen b3, knight takes, queen takes, and you could play d5. And suddenly you're completely untied. He let you off way easy. Which this is kind of difficult to see. Knight b6 I don't think is difficult to see. It's a fork of the queen and bishop. That one I think is pretty simple. d5 afterwards does not come as naturally. The point being, if you don't play en passant, then I just simply have a giant center. I play like bishop e7, bishop e6, and castle, and this center is amazing. This is beautiful, and this pawn is kind of weak. And I have the bishop pair against the bishop and knight. Not bad. And if he does take en passant, then you just take with bishop. And you've developed a piece. You're pretty darn safe. You can castle, you can play bishop d6, bishop e6, and the game continues. Once again, you have the bishop pair. So in either case, you're pretty happy. And you've solved the major positional problem in your game, which is the backwards pawn on d7. Now, backwards pawn being a pawn that can't be defended by other pawns. So that's probably the best way of going about it. But I see what you're saying with knight b4. The problem is that knight feels like it's going to get trapped. And once again, you have the problem of your bishops. You have to play like bishop e7. And that feels very unfortunate. Just develop the bishop somewhere. Bishop f4. And white's pieces are just have a way easier time getting developed. I'm only 900 though. Well, yeah. Well, that's why I'm explaining this stuff. I'm not explaining this stuff because I think I'm trying to beat you upside the head that you should have seen it. I'm explaining it because, you know, maybe some of it will be retained. I'll play you next, comedian. Yeah, no problem. Bishop e7, knight a3. No, I mean, it makes sense. h4. Okay, bishop e7, good. Bishop g5 takes, very good. I mean, castling definitely isn't bad here. But, like, your opponent gave you a free pawn, take the free pawn. You know what I mean? If your opponent is polite enough to give you a gift, then it would be just rude to decline it, you know? It's like he gave you something for free. Be a good guest. Take the free stuff. Okay. Castling, a3, queen takes g5. Okay. Takes, queen c1, good stuff. I like this move a lot. Queen h5, and your queen gets out like a thief in the night. You're up in exchange in 2 pawns, yeah? I'll play you next. I'll play you after Comedian Shaw's. 94. Show me d5. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. You were first in queue, but you weren't here. Alright, bishop d5, queen x d5, bishop c5, b6. Very good. c6. Okay. b6 is a little scary just because of you giving him a passed pawn. I just played bishop f5. I'm very simple. Just give me this knight. Let's trade pieces. Let's get to an endgame. Maybe even like here. Let's just go to an endgame. I don't want to have to think about any of this junk. b6 is also fine though. I'm a little nervous. c7, b5, queen b3, takes, rook fe. At this point, I would just take the knight and then play this. He guards it. a6, this rook comes here. Just like, now. No, it made sense for it to be a brilliant. You gave him a piece, but in return you got a rook. You sacked a piece for a rook, but it wasn't obvious immediately. Bishop c2, ooh, I like this move a lot. I like a lot of these moves. Now the rooks are making your life a little harder than it needs to be. Now we're talking. No, you could just go boom and pre-move mate, you know what I mean? Like this position, you just, after check, you just go boom mate. This very much isn't bad though either, it's kind of in Suk Swang. Very good. Like the endgame a lot. Again, I think you really played a good game of chess here. You definitely played a better game of chess than your opponent. And I would say that your biggest crime, as it were, in this game, was that until your opponent gave you free stuff, you didn't have a way of developing your bishops. And against a more aware opponent, that really would have bitten you in the rear. These would have felt like pawns. Actually, it would be worth less than pawns, because at least in this position I can push this pawn forward. You know, this bishop's worse than the pawn. Right. Now again, like you said, you're a 900, you're playing against other 900s. 900s struggle to take advantage of these smaller things, like your opponent having difficulty developing their pieces, but just in general, being aware of them can make it, can give you an advantage and help take advantage of disadvantages. And so like knight f6 was bad for that reason, because it made him basically lock down your bishops. No problem. Good game though. And I do like queen takes g5. Just gift me the rook. Okay, so we said we were playing against Comedian next. Which would be this guy. Here we go. Normal Comedian, not AI. Yeah, no. Non-AI. I told you. This is the world's most advanced VTuber model. It is not AI generated. We don't have the budget for that. Our guy always plays these goofy Polish lines. I want to try this. Might be bad, but I'm feeling it. The philosophical justification is that his pieces are kind of misplaced, and I want to try and bring my queen in. Because I don't think he's placed in a way where he can take advantage. If he doesn't let me, then worst case scenario, I've just traded off one of his developed pieces for one of mine, and this knight, it feels like, can get better than his. Getting this bishop on the fiend counter is not the worst thing. AI joke. It seems funny that you keep going. Oh, please do. What do you think AI is good or bad? It's like asking, is a spoon good or bad? It's like, okay. I'm doing a little bit of coping if I'm trying to convince you that the spoon is the reason I'm overweight. You know what I mean? I love the almost decent tag. I do too. While I think the name Alcheminian Blawfish has aged noticeably. I don't know how it's aged, but noticeably is definitely a fitting adjective. The almost decent tag is something I do like from my... Something I'm too sure? Maybe. But I feel like decency is a lot harder than people give it credit for. I'm going to give an example. So, earlier today, I was on my way home from a errand I had to run. And in said errand, I was just alone in my car that sits 4 comfortably, 5 less comfortably. The above 2368. That's a very specific rating. Right, and so on the way there to my errand, I saw someone on the side of the road, and it kind of looked like he was broken down. Right? And I wasn't sure if he was broken down, but I kept driving. And afterwards, I kind of kicked myself. I was like, I should have rolled down my window and just asked if he needed help. You know? I really should have. I tell myself that I really want to try and be some sort of net positive on the universe, to put it dramatically. But I wanna do good when I can, especially easily. I should have rolled down my window, and yeah, Good Samaritan sort of thing. I should have rolled down my window and asked if he needed help. Right? And I was like, okay. And I said to myself, I'll do it next time, no problem. There'll be more chances. Right? So that was on my way to the errand. On my way back from the errand, I came across a group of two or three. I'm going to say kids, but when I say kids, I mean like 14, 15. And they were waiting at a bus station, a bus stop. And I know, yeah, teen, preteen. And I know that the buses here are less than reliable. And it was around the time that the second shift for school here would be expected to either be starting or starting somewhat soon. And they did the thumbs up thing that they wanted to get, that they wanted a ride. And I didn't give them a ride. Not poor people, they're just people. And I didn't give them a ride, and I feel very bad about it even right now. My point being that I told myself that, I'm going to be a decent person next time I have the opportunity to, and the next time came and I wasn't again. Now, I can make excuses for myself that I'm not very good at making split-second decisions, so by the time I had not realized that they were doing the maneuver, but I was thinking about, like, ooh, do I want to give random people I don't know a ride? I'd already passed them. But at the end of the day, it still was, to put it a little bit dramatically, kind of a failure. Yeah, you see my point here, King Egg. The moment you say that, it sounds absolutely ridiculous, because it is absolutely ridiculous to say, oh, those kids were murderers. Serial killers, you know? There are so many preteen serial killers in Macedonia. You know, the crime rate is through the roof. Oh yeah, no. It's like definitely selling all manner of illicit substances. Well, maybe, I know it is in the West, Jay, but it isn't really here. I live in a fairly small community where everyone knows everyone. It's not, and they were kids with backpacks, clearly going to school. In a village neighboring the village I live in. So I'm sure my family knows their family somehow. It was really not that much of a stranger's thing. Which is kind of my point. Yeah, no, exactly. Ooh, just another reason to to be thankful I'm not British. Just a joke. Well, countryside puts it a little dramatically. I live a little outside of a smallish city. In America, I was from the countryside, yeah. So what am I thinking? Yeah, in America, I live 20 minutes outside of a city with a population of 13,000. So, 20 minutes by car. So, in America, I lived in the middle of Nowheresville, but here, I live, actually, it might be 30 minutes outside of this. Actually, I remember my address. Let me actually check. I remember my address. I know, Ronnie. That's why I said I feel bad about it. Because I should have. This is a regret. This is me talking about how being decent is difficult, because it's me expressing a time I failed. That was the point of the story. 26 minutes by car. That was the point. Now again, in my defense, it was the first time I encountered hitchhikers or people who were asking for a ride, and so I didn't have a plan of if that was something I wanted to do or not, because I hadn't thought about like the safety of it or whatever. But that's not a good defense. Well, Jay, the reason he's quoting it is because he knows I try to abide by it. At least that's what it seems to me. That's typically been the trend. I don't agree with this. I think maybe you should have taken. I say the Bible this time. So I think you should have taken, then maybe... Can you get away with this? I was trying to justify this, but it seems like the bishop pair is worth more than the bad pawns, so probably not. And I mean, come on, Jay. I guess maybe in the States, but here, a group of two, maybe three middle schoolers with backpacks trying to get to school in a neighboring village, you know, that they were not going to be serial killers. Can't do nothing when you play good 2250. I didn't play that well. Did the game say 2250? That'd be funny. It did say 2250. Hey, you said 2368 or whatever, so I was like, I bet. So I played the 2250. in America, it's different. Yes, I do agree with that. Especially, it depends on where you are in America, to be fair. But in general, I would agree that it is different in America. But not here. Not here. So that's kind of what I mean by 2368. Yeah. And so I was just trying to play stronger than that, pretty much. So that's kind of what I mean when I say that being decent is difficult. You know. Especially where I live, Ronnie, yes, it's incredibly safe here. It's actually one of the reasons I like it so much. It's very, very safe. Yeah. Yeah. It's the same where I'm from, comedian. Maybe in the capital there might be more crime. Because the capital is a lot higher population density and you have a lot of expats and a lot of weird cultural mixes and stuff. I mean, Iceland is Iceland. Iceland, there's only 3 people. So if someone murders somebody, everyone immediately knows who it is. There's 60,000 people. Can somebody post a nerd emoji in chat? Thank you. Right now without being afraid? Absolutely I can. Not remotely afraid. I'm not gonna say frequently, I often would just walk through the random alleys in my city at like, you know, 11, 12 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m., and it's not scary at all. You could just walk around in the alleys of my city. It's not remotely dangerous. Not remotely. There's like 2 places where you know to stay away from at dark because they're suspicious, but you stay away from those places and it's fine. Yeah, Iceland is pretty darn safe, I've heard. Afraid of those teens? I was not afraid of those teens. I was afraid in the sense that I get nervous around people. Nervous was probably a better way of putting it. There was no risk to my safety. I was not afraid in the safety sense. I meant like nervous. You try it? Why would I try it? I literally said it was bad. You played it against me and I beat you. What do you want from me? Has heat pavements so the snows they can clear it. That sounds like Iceland. Okay, so opening was fine. I feel like we could have done a little better, both of us. But here, my biggest gripe with you is giving me the bishop pair. I feel like that's one of your biggest advantages in this position. I will, comedian. I'm just saying. I'm just complaining about it. I'm allowed to complain about it. The redemption says nothing about me not being able to complain about it. And here, taking is just bad. It just gives me control over the file. For no reason. There's no reason you should give me control over this file. Because in this position, now it's like queen b8 might be good. But after queen takes, knight takes, like, you might be able to play this endgame, but this just looked miserable to me. Computer's trying to claim that this is okay for you, but if it is, it's painful. That's what I mean. Want to go into an endgame? But you shouldn't have gone into the endgame, because it'd be a bad endgame. Yeah, low population density is usually pretty safe from a people perspective, which is pretty funny. But it's like how I sometimes ironically say that communism actually works if everybody knows everybody. You know what I mean? It's the same principle. It's like if everybody knows everybody, then safety is, I'm not going to say easy, I'm going to say simple. You know? A little bit random, Mr. Shark. Obviously, safety's never easy, but... You know. Because even... Yeah. And I have to imagine that, the safety in Bangladesh is not amazing. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would be surprised. Population density has some advantages, but I would say safety is not one of them. Yes. Denmark is one of the biggest countries in the world. That's definitely... Yeah, it's definitely one of the countries in the world. That's for sure. Okay, now I said I would play against Shaw's. Is Shaw's still here? He ought to be. Fellow scientists may kill you. It's like Among Us, but in real life. Not sure what religion has to do with it, right? I'm here. Excellent. So you sending me a game to analyze, or are we playing? That would be funny. Yeah, missing the turn twice. That's a power play. That's a power play. So I'm going to assume, Shaw's, that was a that was meant to be a shortening of analysis that just was not fully thought through. Could not be me. Could not be me either. So I'm going to deny. Or maybe it was thought through and you were seeing if auto mod would catch you. In which case, I respect it, I guess. Internet, man. Here we go. Use your imagination, Egg. Okay, let's see. Our boy Shaw's was playing as the Black Pieces. Okay. What is this, like the collie or something? D3, E3 move 2 is the collie, right? Okay, now I don't know what it is. Actually, the Bible, so maybe that's why they said Bangladesh is safe. I mean, that's possible. I mean, technically the Bible also has rules for ruling a nation. It's just the Bible's ones are outdated by the Bible's own admission. Yeah, but like every country has laws against crimes. That's why they're crimes. That's kind of like the point. I wasn't saying that there aren't sufficient laws to prevent the crimes. I'm saying the crimes happen anyway. I think they were probably just trying to get a rise out of me or something. Zeno. Knight f3, bishop d6, c3, c5. c5 makes some sense, but honestly, low-key, at some point, I would love to play f5. It's f4. It's not good right now, but I like it as an idea. c5 seems two things. Seems a little premature, and it seems like it weakens d5 a lot. Neither one I like. I would just castle first spend a little bit more time thinking through the plan. You've got this nice formation where you've got all these light squared pawns and he's got all these dark squared pawns, and you both have a dark squared bishop, which should favor you. And so I would honestly maintain the status quo of the pawn structure, if you will. The pawn structure right now is much better for black than it is white. Which is why white should be the one trying to push things here. So as black, I would just be trying to improve my pieces first. Because white's very quickly going to chafe. None of their pieces can get developed to any good square. Like, this knight has nowhere to go. Both of these squares are completely pointless. This bishop doesn't have anywhere to go. You would have to play something like b3, bishop a3, but that's suspicious. Knight e4, first of all, immediately suggests itself. Now, something like this, you have to play bishop, you have to, you get f4. It's calling someone from India or Africa. That's one of the cool things about being on the internet and Twitch in general, is having people from all over the place. Makes things pretty unique. Because often when you come from different places, it gives you a different perspective. And so it's so easy to get caught in the little perspective we see from, you know, from being around people from where we're from. That's nice. It's refreshing. They should rank 25 on the crime index. I don't know how reliable. 25 on the 25 worst or the 25 best? It's kind of important. Worst. Yeah, no, that checks out. What did I say? Population density. Again, it's not like a direct correlation that the worst population, highest population density is the worst crime. My point is, as a general trend, population density breeds crime. Which I don't think is a hot take. Is that a hot take? Population density mean more crime. Yeah. And then in general, cities with higher population densities have now more crime. Right. Right. Well, there's a lot of reasons. Yeah, I mean, like, I wouldn't. Yeah. Which, I mean, it's like correlation, causation. That's not the point. The point is places with higher population density tend to have more crime. And this is like something I was talking with a bunch of people about, actually. It's been on my mind. I talk about religions here. I just talk about them in a calm and intellectual manner. I try to avoid walking into a conversation where the well's been poisoned. I'm pretty sure he's trying to get a rise out of me, King. You're smart. I like to pretend. Should the world population be so everyone is happy according to you? I have no idea, Ronnie. I am not even going to pretend to know nearly enough about any of the necessary fields to have an educated opinion. Oh, it's so funny, comedian. So hilarious. The opposite of smart. Smartent. There's so many comments that I almost said there, Jay. That got filtered right out. I'm just gonna leave some of your imagination what I was thinking of there. But there was a number of things that were being thought by me at that moment. No, but it's like anything else. I was talking this with a bunch of people recently, where it's like money as a concept only exists because there's because of a lack of interpersonal trust, right? It's common for Western, ooh, trams. I would say it's generally negative comedian. Maybe in a century or so. Interesting. Anyway, because like while it's common for Western economists to think of, or to explain, not think of really, but explain money as occurring because it needed to occur in order for trade to be possible, in a lot of ancient societies, trade was possible before currency was invented because it worked on like an honor code system slash a IOU you owe me system, where it's kind of like because an example given is like, okay, I make 100 loaves of bread, how do I come up with an exact exchange rate of bread for cow? You know what I mean? For a cow. And the answer to that would be, okay, I give you a cow and you just keep giving me bread. And we as a society kind of decide how long it takes until you pay off your debt of bread to me. And now the thing about that is, in Western places, we think of debt as like a scary bad thing, and it is in Western societies because we are owing debt to a bank. But in one of those societies where the entire economy runs on that system, it's not, debt isn't necessarily a bad thing, because debt is kind of something that keeps you accountable and keeps you connected to the other people in your community. And so debt almost serves a social function as much as it serves a economic one. I know Islamic cultures still have a lot of this because there's a lot of it here as well. Right. It's an interesting thing. So, and it still exists. For example, okay, I'll give you an example. One of my neighbors has a relative who worked in the food court of a factory. And the relative, I think I know vaguely what Haram is, just from like hearing it said a few times. Right. And so because of that relative, he gets the scraps from mealtime at the factory, stuff that would normally be thrown away. Instead of throwing it away, my neighbor gets it in big garbage bags. And then, yeah, I've heard it meant forbidden, which same thing, prohibited, forbidden. Anyway, and so he gets these giant garbage bags. Remembering Raska? Anyway, these giant garbage bags of scraps, mostly scraps of bread. And so he gives them to someone else who feeds them to their pigs. And so then every year, my neighbor gets a pig. And I know of at least one time he's used the pork chops from said pig to barter with someone else for something else. Raska je najbolji. It's not a loophole. It's just like the way life functions. It's the flow of life. Yeah. It's the flow of life. But that's the thing. It's like only half business. The other half is like the social aspect of it. You know? I'm currently live in Macedonia. It keeps everyone together, right? Which is considered a good thing. I was born in the US, Raska, which is why I sound American, because I'm originally American. I'm half and half, but... And so, it's like, It's interesting because if I think about every time I'm in the US, no matter where I am in the US, if money ceased to exist, like poof, it's gone, a lot of places in the US would completely crumble and like would immediately flounder to try to find some replacement or substitute. But if money disappeared like this in my village, nobody would notice for 3 weeks. You know what I mean? And it's interesting. But it goes the other way, right? Because that also means that here, it's a lot less common for people to move. People don't move around as much. You stay in the place you're from. You marry someone from the place you're from. You have kids and you raise them in the place you're from, you know? Love the barter system? It's not just the barter system. It's more complex than that. Because the barter system is, I give you this, you give me that. It's like the money exchange without money. It's more complicated than the barter system. And it's more societal. It's more social than the barter system. And you live your whole... I'm going to say live, not lose. Because I don't think it's lose. Yeah, that's only a problem because of other things. That's not a problem in and of itself, comedian. That's a very negative way of looking at it, which I can see where you're coming from. But, like, where there not as much cultural trauma here, it would be better. The problem, the system itself, that system of staying in one place, isn't necessarily that bad. So again, it's like a barter system combined with social currency. Because you don't decide how much something's worth almost. You kind of like, the whole village decides in a weird way. What do I call a king chicken? Chiking. That was hilariously dumb. I enjoyed it. They don't. Have you ever traded this way? Have I? So yes and no. I haven't sat down with someone and said, I'm going to trade this for this. However, everything you do becomes a part of it. I've driven people places. I've helped people with things, like done favors. And when you do favors, you get favors done for you. You know? It's like the mafia. The closest thing to think about it in a society that doesn't have it is the mafia boss way of doing things. You do me a favor, I do you a favor. It's less sinister, but... Another example, I know of someone who owns a company, and the son of their barber got a job at the company, and now the person gets free haircuts the entire time. You know what I mean? It's kind of just like... And it's a weird thing. It's difficult to explain. Because if you haven't experienced it, it sounds very manipulative. King Egg has got the top tier jokes. Anyway, it sounds very manipulative if you haven't lived it. And it sounds like easy to manipulate. It's an interesting way of doing things. But what's interesting about it to me is I'm not going to say it makes money irrelevant, but money doesn't become as necessary. And see, a large reason for that system kind of making itself appear, like that system appearing, is because of lack of trust in money, right? That's kind of part of how it works. Oh, way funnier. Kevin who? More like Kevin Unhart. Roasted. Anyway. And maybe they bake an awesome pie in return. Exactly. Or you get invited into their son's wedding. You know? Or if their son is good at building doors, you'll get new doors for your house. Or whatever, you know? Kevin from Home Alone. Now that's the real Kevin. Now we're talking. Or Kevin from The Office. You gotta make a Kevin tier list at some point. Yeah. again, it's like a social debt. Again, think mafia boss, think The Godfather, right? It's like, you do me this, I do this favor for you, and at some point I'll need a favor from you. And the favor is not, and again, The Godfather made it all nefarious, but it's not always nefarious. Even in The Godfather, you know, one of the favors was, hey, can you help me with my son's funeral service? Right? Which is sad, but it's not nefarious. Is it to community over individual? Absolutely. The technical term for it is, like you said, a community society. The honor shame is the technical term, I believe, versus the Western guilt innocence. And then there's also the third one, which is fear power. Those are like three categories, very rough categories of culture. Like anything you're going to categorize, it's going to be really hard to give real in-depth categorizations, and you're going to have bias included in those categorizations, but that's the categories I've heard. Kevin tier list before next stream. See, I told you. Kevin tier list. Now, I said it before, not before you said it. We both said it before the other person said it, because you know time is relative, but you get my idea. Kate. I don't know either. It sounds like a real name. Yeah, it's a type of culture. And it's got its own strengths and weaknesses. It's got things that it does really, really well. And it's just like, oh, there you go. He's a politician. Anyway. It's got strengths and things that it does way better. And it's like, oh, why can't every culture do this? And it's got things that's very bad at and that make living in it kind of annoying. And there are examples of it done well and examples of it done poorly, you know? You tutor chess local kids for free? At the chess club, I do. Now, I don't do it for that reason necessarily, but to some extent, no one does anything for the reason of getting something from someone else. It's interesting. Me and Evan get top 3 in my tournament. I think you did say that. So, I did get destroyed by him. That's great. Once again, and somehow I got 3rd place. Hey, that's huge. Congrats, Kate. Congrats. All right, 40 minutes late and still won. 40 minutes? Bro, where I'm from, after 20 minutes, they say you resign the game. Did you, like, call the arbiter and say you're going to be 40 minutes late or something? Because I'm pretty sure you resign after 30. Or 20. I don't remember if it was 20 or 30. This is a classic. The bishop check takes other piece tactic. It's a classic. But yeah, so this is extremely weak. Who cares if we take those? You know what? True. Don't remember if it was almost 30 or almost 40 minutes. Ah, fair enough. What's with the blobfish? Okay, so in high school, I had to write a paper. Not high school, middle school. In middle school, I had to write a paper on a bunch of different animals, actually. Paul Outcast, thanks so much for the follow. Anyway, a bunch of different random animals or creatures, because that was like my science work. And so at one point, I say paper, it was like a paragraph and a half. Anyway, and so at one point, I had to do one on a fish. And so I found the blobfish, and it was voted the ugliest animal in the world. And I don't know if you've seen pictures of the blobfish, but it's like, it looks kind of sad. But the reason it looks kind of sad is because it lives very deep underwater, where there's enough pressure that it's like maintains its shape. So thank you, Paul Outcast, for the follow. Maybe I already thanked you, but I forget I do things. But when you bring it to the surface, it just kind of melts, right? And so all the pictures of it that were used to make it lose the ugliest animal in the world competition, like 3 years in a row, were pictures of it on the surface melted. And so I'm like, that's unfair. Most fish, when they're brought to the surface after being that deep underwater, like puke out their guts and die. The blobfish is doing pretty well. And for that, we call it the ugliest animal on the planet. I was offended on the blobfish's behalf. So, I wrote my school paper about it. You know what? Based comedian. I agree. And so I wrote my school paper about it, and it's kind of just been a thing ever since. I don't know why. Can I just dump an exchange? Yeah. It's pretty good. Ultimate underdog of the sea. Exactly. It's overhated. And it just kind of became a thing. And I don't know why it's still a thing, but it is. Yeah, giving your opponent a piece back. Not exactly right. Although, to be fair. Again, so right now you're up in exchange. And now it's 2 pieces for the rook. However, you've also got some pawns, and your opponent's king is super weak. But that begs the question, guys. What is up dog? That's exactly what I mean, Ronnie. Google it. Five, queen g3. And, you know, and so it's playable here. Bishop f2. Take that. Okay, f8 is fine. E3, let's go. And he let you push your passer, winning. And now he's just cleanly down a piece, and he's trying very hard. I'm not even sure what this move was for. Maybe he's trying to play queen h5, after king f8, knight e6. You can just play rook takes e6, doesn't even work. Do you think Michael is better than Kirill Nikolovsky? Which... Michael Burns? I don't think so. Given I haven't played against Michael Burns, or I haven't seen Michael play in a while. But last time I saw him play, he was pretty far behind Kirill. So my information might be out of date, but last I checked, no. I have not watched Oladura. He's very good now? Yeah, but so's Kirill. $90 to $145. You know, Michael's been doing well, but like Kirill is just consistent. Yes. Like from The Office. No, comedian is also Macedonian, and so he's asking my opinion on some local players, some local youth players, because I'm somewhat invested in the scene. Yes. He's just consistent. Man, I played terrible in the Steep Open. Just absolute garbage. No, but that's what I mean. Like, maybe it's bias because my little brother has a relatively poor score against Kirill. But maybe it's biased for that reason. But like I think that's a good example. My little brother has a very poor score against Kirill and a pretty good score against Michael. Last I checked. He's getting better, but either way, I think that kind of proves my point. If you look at his scores against Michael versus Kirill, it paints a very clear picture. Do you plan to play in the Reykjavik Open? I would love to, but the problem is travel and especially board is so expensive. Like the room. Reykjavik. Is it Reykjavik or Reykjavik? I think it's Reykjavik, yeah. We'll see. The problem is Kirill isn't Kirill play for doesn't Kirill play for Alkaloid? Reykjavik? I don't know. See, the Reykjavik Open is super cool. I'd love to play, but it's just money. If he plays for Alkaloid, it's going to be rough, because that means he has good coaching available. I know Iceland is good. I've wanted to visit Iceland for years. I just haven't gotten to it yet. Government sponsor you? I'm not that good of a player. I am not nearly competitive enough that it would make any sense for them to sponsor me. We have grandmasters, you know? We have strong players. And I'm not even a strong youth player. Like, we have an IM who's around my age. We have a under 18 player who's like 2250, you know? I think he's 16. I think he's turning 17 this year and he's like 2250. You know? So there would be like no reason for them to sponsor me specifically. I don't have a problem with that, like. Nice. Yeah. I don't remember how old he is. He's not much older than I am, if he is older than I am, right? I'm talking about both of them. Yeah, he's 2 years older than I am, so he's 23. He's an IM, and he's got like 2 GM norms. Salute. Doesn't Tony have like 2 GM norms? It's a tough goal. I mean, go for it, but it was in November, I think. It was not November. Either way, again, that's the issue, right? I am not an exceptional chess player. I am a decent chess player. And so, trying to get sponsored to go to one of these events is very difficult. It's possible, it's just difficult. That's what I mean. Did we next? I think we have not. It's David's turn. Heard that in community-based societies, the whole neighborhood fund your tournament or something. Yeah. Yeah, but like, if I were to go to the Reykjavik Open, it would be an 1800 or a 2000 on my best day going to the Reykjavik Open. It's bordering on vanity. You know? Like, if I were best chess player in my city, I am with like chances of getting a GM norm, then okay, in that case you could do the communal funding thing. That makes sense. But like, I don't have a reason to go to the tournament other than I want to go to the tournament. Which isn't a bad thing. I'm not saying I shouldn't be allowed to go. I'm just saying, you know, oh, almost. But you only have the alm. That's hilarious. FIDE is 0 based. It has been a long time suspended. I have gained like 0 elo since you last saw me. I think. Well, you were here when I was 2100 last time, right? Well, yeah. Like in that case, it would make. I'm just talking from like the crowdfunding perspective. That's kind of that's kind of what I was talking about. You know, if I was going to try to crowdfund it, which I'm not against, but again, it would make sense if there were a big reason for me to go other than I really just want to go, which I do want to go. But like, what would it do for me that would be worth me investing that much, you know, time, money, energy? Oh, you only have a minimum of 100? Cringe. Again, it would not be a bad thing for me to go. It'd be a good thing, but that's so sad. You're 2100, maybe a bit above. Yeah. So I've gone nowhere. I got to 22, but then I fell back down again. Exams got me and I haven't recovered since. You're so sad. This is how I become washed. He did say what if. This is true. He makes a good point. What if chess.com allows? Yeah, exactly. That's not true. Asking hypotheticals is not pointless. The point is chess.com currently doesn't let you. 100 ELO isn't a limit because of the rules of the universe. It's a limit because chess.com programmed in limit. He's saying, I wonder what would happen if there weren't this program in limit. Yeah, that makes sense. I thought so suspended. That felt right. But my concept of time is weak. Western style is something unique. There's a very specific style of marriage done here. Weddings are a huge event. Huge event. There's a ton of traditions around it. Huge parties. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. It varies a little city to city, but it's like a... Because here's the thing. Like we talked about earlier with the... you called it individual versus communal societies. This is a communal society, which means if a marriage is happening, it's not two people are getting married. No. That's what happens in the West. Two people get married. Here, two families get married. Families. You get to eat tasty food? This is also true. Chess never going to happen? Yeah. Same here? Oh, I believe it. So, if a wedding is happening and a marriage is happening, it's got to be everywhere, in everything, all at once. It must be. There is no alternative option. I don't think arranged marriages are, like, really a thing. But it's a family event is what I'm saying. It isn't a personal event in so much. It's not a personal event. It's a family event. It's a whole... Everybody's involved because it's everybody's business. I mean, often the grandmother, you know, at least, like, half meme traditionally, the grandmother is, like, the one trying to arrange who marries whom. Grandma playing matchmaker. But it's not arranged marriage sort of thing. A small family or a nuclear one? What does that mean? Unity of 200. Yeah. No, it is very common. It's not a Macedonia exclusive thing, but coming from the US, it feels like a Macedonia exclusive thing because I'm not used to it, right? Obviously, a million billion cultures have that. Yeah, grandma matchmaking is a thing. What does that mean? Give me a second. No, we're a nuclear family. However, that's non-standard. I would say joint families are more common here. I was not familiar with the terminology. Yep, I was today years old. I know what nuclear family means, but I never heard joint family as a contrast. Are very significant, man. Well, they're significant in the U.S. and Western Europe as well, but they're significant for a different reason. Because remember, it's a cultural priorities thing. In the West, the cultural priority is the individual, so it's a big deal because it's the individual making this big decision for themselves. Versus in a non-Western society, where it's a big deal because it's two families coming together. Both are big deals, but it's the reason it's a big deal is different because it's what a big deal means that's a different thing. Thank you. It's like define big deal, you know what I mean? It might not be more for all the other people, but all the other people make up at least an equal part of it. The other people are a big deal. It's not a two-person event. I believe you. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not an expert on every culture not American, right? Well, right now I'm pretty confident what I'm saying, because what I'm saying is pretty easily verifiable common knowledge. I'm not saying anything controversial or weird. Oh yeah, for sure. Everything I'm saying here is very easily verifiable and is like very surface level because the details I'm a little blurry about. What? Yeah. The details I'm a little fuzzy. Part of the negative of being, you know, a quote unquote third culture kid is that both cultures end up a little blurrier. You know? And it's the same thing when people here ask me about stuff in America. And sometimes I'm just like, oh. Well, walruses are probably interesting too. I just don't know enough about them. No doubt you're a fan. Oh, big fan. That's why I named himself after me. That's why I named myself after him, because he was a fan. So I was like, oh. But yeah, marriage is definitely a thing that lasts for days. No, low-key, part of the reason I stream is because I feel like it's good practice to develop my speaking ability, because it's not at a place I'm happy with yet. There's been a number of times where I've heard people talk and I've been like, I want to do that, and I can't because I'm just unable. I don't have the skill needed. Macedonian? If they don't buy my looks, then they do buy the way I hold myself. I smile too much. I walk too fast. I wear short sleeves and shorts when I ought not to. That sort of thing. Yeah, on Joe Biden's level. I just am looking forward to the day where I could talk as eloquently as Biden. No, but seriously, some people are just insanely good at speaking, dude. I know. But it doesn't happen magically. You know, Churchill had a speech impediment. It's not something that just kind of happens out of nowhere because suddenly you can speak now. It happens because you practice, you're intentional about it, and you have something to say. That's what I mean. Like, unironically. Or Churchill, to use a similarly timed example that's a little less controversial. Although I think you're right, Ronnie. I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, oh, where was it? Found him. Not one of these ranking play 1840. Churchill's controversial. Well, yeah, but not as controversial. Not the same type of controversial. I remember this video. You have a Rubik's Cube? I used to, but I don't anymore. I've never really solved a Rubik's Cube, so. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Kanye didn't get canceled for saying he liked Churchill, you know? I play unrated on Stream King, remember? Like, there's a number of people. It's not nobody. There's a large number of people who I hear speak, and I'm like, I want to do that, you know? Now, one of the uniting features of the people who I regularly say, I want to talk like that, is that they're not 21. So part of it is, you know, the sort of wisdom that comes with time spent spinning around the sun. You know what I mean? What, it's trying to tell me to take, and then it wants a knight d4. Ah. I was afraid of something like this, but if you play rook d1, I play bishop e3. Oh, and then I play c5, b5, and c4, and I win. Okay, no, that makes sense. I was just afraid of giving him the passer, and also creating a weakness, what looked like a weakness for myself. It's an illusion. Do you know how to play Go? I know the very basic rules, but I know nothing of strategy for Go. I know, like, the very basic, like, how to put pieces on the board, and, like, what the win condition is, and, like, the mechanics. I know the mechanics of the game, but I can't hear the music. Getting more mileage out of that, hear the music metaphor. Again, this endgame is just already losing. Rook c1 would have been the move, because then I would play rook d6, I can tell you for certain. And now it's kind of difficult for me to make any progress, because this knight can't really move, nor can the rook. I have to bring in the king. I told you, I've been using it. It's such a useful way of going about it. Beginners just watched it today. So here's the thing. While I'm sure I would enjoy learning Go, it's kind of difficult for me to justify, because there is no Go community in Macedonia. And so while I'm sure I would enjoy it, I would be trying to learn it without a community of people offline, which is possible, and I've done it for things. But why would I do that instead of spending the time learning more chess? You know? Or doing something that I would enjoy more, let's say. Part of what I love about chess is the community aspect. I wouldn't be getting that with Go the same, because it's just not as popular in this part of the world. I used to like Monopoly. I don't care for it as much anymore, because Monopoly gets too simple. Standard launch, maybe? I'd be willing to. I wouldn't be against it. I love doing things for that reason. I do a ton of things for that reason. I'm trying to learn Greek. I'm also trying to become a better storyteller. I'm reading a book about that one currently. Also Shogi? I know how to play Shogi. Shogi's a lot more similar to chess. That's easier. I remember that website, comedian. So yeah, I'm trying to learn Greek currently. That's one of the big things I'm doing. It's hard. It's a difficult language. Pirate chess is definitely not another name for tic-tac-toe. Monopoly, for me, is like tic-tac-toe. How to say hi in Greek? Formally or informally? Because Greek does the thing that some languages do where you use a plural you to be polite. Right? That's part of the... It's part of what's interesting about the language. I mean, Macedonian does that too, so I have some experience with that. Angel knows Greek fluently. Did you know that? Yes, I did. You have to remember, comedian, when Angel played for our team, we had 2 Greeks on the team, and he was the only one who could speak Greek. and they didn't speak Macedonian. And so I could talk with him in English, and he could talk with them in Greek. Informally, yasu. That's just hello. I actually asked him about it because that was when I was. It does sound a little bit Japanese. Anyway, because I was actually talking to him about it. Because at the time I was deciding if I wanted to learn Greek or Albanian, and so I asked him how Greek was as a language, and how strong he thought he was in Greek. Just talked to him about it. Just chatted. Anga's an interesting guy. But he told me, he said, it's a really difficult language. He says, I'm functional, I can get a sentence out, and I can understand what people are saying well enough. And he says, I'm not fluent in the language at all. So he doesn't even think he's fluent. How did you understand each other? He doesn't know English? Macedonian. What do you mean, can I speak Macedonian? Of course I could speak Macedonian. I'm not amazing, but like, if I'm можем... Течно? Не знам ако течно сум. Но студирам на македонски бе. Секој час, освен англиски јазик, беше на македонски. Проектни задачи имам пишено на македонски. И учебници имам читано. Не сум течно, не ми е мајчен јазик, не... Мојот акцент малце чудно, мојот вокабулар малце низок, мојата граматика не е во право. Но, општо, можам македонски да зборам. Па треба. Знаеш, не живам во Скопје и нема англиски секаде. И млади луѓе, да, често, но воопшто треба македонски. Emotional roller coaster? Okay, here we go. Your opponent started with a bird. It's already an emotional roller coaster. This means bad things. Anyone below 2,500 playing a bird is a bad sign. Back to English? Yeah. You said Horse-Fire Chile? No, I did not. That sounds horrible. Yasu is the informal hello. Yasas is the formal one. And then I know a few other greetings, like Kalimera is good day. Tikanis is what's up. Things like that. I like this approach. This is a very calm and rational approach. Angel taught you all that? No, I've been learning about myself. Angela, we just chatted about the language. He said it's difficult and that he's not fluent. And he recommended a book or 2 for learning it. But I ended up finding my own resource for learning the language. I looked up his ones and I almost got him, but I found something else that I liked. It is believed to be Chile's deadliest forest fire on record. Sheesh. That's horrible. When did this happen? Bishop g4, bishop g2. Knife 6. I mean, you can play this immediately, can you not? You don't have to. So you look at the computer being drunk again, f5. And it takes e4 and you win the knight. Oopsie whoopsie poopsie. So he can't take. h3 looks good. Bishop h5 and the f-pawn is now keeping your bishop from being blocked again. That's beautiful. 112 died? Wow. 3 days ago, 100 people dead till now. That's insane. I had heard nothing about it. They're dedicated to the bird. You know what? Based. I respect that. My internet is so unpredictable. Yeah. I'm pretty lucky with my internet. Started a rapid rate game. Oh no, that just has to happen. That's the law. I swear the ISPs are sitting there looking, and whenever they see someone start anything that requires live, they go beep and they turn off the Wi-Fi. It's very funny. Except for it's not. Okay, 96. So F5 is a very interesting move. But very, I'm not gonna say advanced, but very dramatic. It only makes sense if you really think about it for a while. You know how it's summer in the Southern Hemisphere right now? Yeah. So it's, yeah. Because the seasons are... That's still really weird for me to wrap my head around, but... Hey, welcome, Rad. Knight d4. Knight takes f3, bishop takes f3, bishop takes f3, queen takes f3. It's not the worst in the world, also not the best. Trading light squared bishops when you have a dark squared pawn here in the center is a little bit counter-principled, but it's not the end of the world. Are you Republican or Democrat? I don't really like either side. I think both of them are pretty evil. Which I know there's kind of the meta commentary of it's cowardly to be a fence sitter, but I like, how can I feel like I have an ethical code and call myself a Republican or a Democrat? I really would rather not have to pick between the two. I don't really care for either one for completely different reasons. That's my point. That's kind of part of the problem. Is like, it's the both choices are just not good. Okay, so the big problem with g6 here is you're inviting the pin. I'm not. It is funny. And most of the time I do find it funny. I have a pretty cruel sense of humor, but... Henry Kissinger, I think is his name? I don't remember much about him. I've heard the name, but... Here we go. Where did I hear about this guy? I heard something about him. He died recently? Yeah, that's probably what it was. I don't remember enough about him off the top of my head to give you a very, very educated take. I know I read something about him at some point, but I don't remember. People were happy. That's kind of sad. I did know that. Being, you know, I don't know. Vietnam War? Yeah. What was a catastrophe? Catastrophe. It's funny, I recently, that being a few months ago, read Alan Moore's The Watchmen for the first time. And not to spoil it too hard, but I'm going to be a mild spoiler. It's just warning. One of the big historical fiction aspects of it is the U.S. winning the Vietnam War. It's interesting. The way it talks about it. So it's not something I lived through, so I have a very distant connection to that entire era and feeling. Yeah, if your opponent pinned you, then you wouldn't be able to defend that knight. Rook f1. Yuck. You could try to move the knight, but then you get taken on f7 and you die. So you just lose a piece here. g6 just loses a piece because there's too much pressure on the f file. That's a constant motif. Yeah. in one sense, I kind of get the realpolitik thing. In one sense, I kind of get it. It's just... What, like, it's... Machiavelli. But it's just hard. It's hard because here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you look at people who are in those sorts of positions of such large amounts of power and influencing as much as they are, it's really hard to criticize them. No, I think Rad just doesn't understand what you're saying, Ronnie. It's hard to criticize because it's like, it's really difficult to come up with better solutions a lot of the time. You know, sometimes it's obvious. Like, you bring up an earlier example. It's pretty obvious that, like, I could have done better than Hitler because I wouldn't have killed 2 million Jews, right? You know, sometimes the bar is low. But other times, it gets a lot more complicated. $6 million? Dang it. Okay, it's been a while since high school history. 5 million, okay. 5 million prisoners of war. Okay, so like 6 million. Sorry, 6 million. Elementary? Bruv, I don't remember details. I've said this before. In chess, in life, in everything, I don't remember details and exact numbers. I remember ideas. I remember directions. In which case, I probably shouldn't have given a number. My bad. Anyway. You know, I feel like sometimes the answer is obviously not what happened, right? But other times it's a lot more complicated. And especially if it's something that even with the benefit of hindsight is still complicated. Imagine how complicated it would be in the moment without the benefit of hindsight. You know? Like, doing a bit of a callback, remember how earlier I said that I felt really guilty because I didn't pick up some hitchhiking teens? Remember that? If you're in a position of crazy high power, then your version of not picking up a few teens is, whoops, I just killed 3,000 people. You know what I mean? What are you even supposed to do as a human being in that situation? Because I don't remember numbers, comedian. I've said this before. I can't remember exact figures. I really struggle to. It has a general challenge for me. I remember ideas and directions. I've said this many times. Am I Americans? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not saying that applies to Kissinger because I don't know the examples well enough to get an educated take. That's just a general point I'm making. No, you're not joking. It's not funny. Anyway, okay. That's just a general point I'm making. I'm not saying... That's a general point I'm making about, like, the realpolitik thing. It's kind of like, I get it, because if you look at it from historical perspective, it's really hard, because usually if you have a moral code, it's going to be at least a little wrong. I would say every time you have a moral code, it's going to be at least a little wrong. And so in that case, like, why even bother? And so I kind of get it. I disagree at the end of the day, but... It's easy. I'm saying it's, like, easy for me to disagree in my, you know... random house in halfway across the world where I don't have to deal with any of those decisions. You know, it's easy for me to have an opinion on the trolley problem, never having to have done the trolley problem, and never having to see anyone die or talk to their families afterwards. It's real easy. Hey, welcome, Pixie. We need more people to use the nerd emoji. No, I'm kidding. That was just the point I'm making. I was like, it's really easy for me to have an opinion on the trolley problem without having to talk to the families. So on the one hand, you're down a piece. On the other hand, you've got 3 pawns for it. Complicated. I would basically say if white does this, this, and this, not this, this, you're going to lose because you can't, the pressure is too much. But, yeah. That makes sense. Choices are not like thought experiments? They're not. They're not. Some are. The difficult ones aren't. That's my point. Like I said, were I in Hitler's shoes, I would find it relatively easy to solve the moral conundrum of if I should genocide all the Jews in Europe. Right? That's a pretty easy one to solve. Yes or no? You know what I mean? Is it the wrong plan? Usually played that. You losing my games? That's hilarious. No, yeah, that's not the correct plan, I don't think. It was Angel. Angel is comedians. Is he your coach, comedian? Or he's a strong player from the same city as comedian, who I know and he knows, and mutual friend. This isn't easy anymore. Yeah. Yeah, I know he's helped you. I've seen some Facebook posts, but... Yeah, okay. I don't know. You give me some books? So more so... mentor than coach. Emotional roller coaster. Emotional roller coaster is right, goodness gracious. You have 2 pawns for the piece. Shouldn't be enough. In a city near the city I live, they have monthly rapid tournaments, which I try to attend whenever I can. Yeah, I'm just saying thought experiments are really easy compared to real life experiments. This is a bad move. Keep the knight out. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, well, you live a little further away, so it'd be hard for me to make those, comedian. Just a quick question? Absolutely. I'm going to my country's under 15 championship. Oh, super. And I need like 30-45 minutes to get there. Basically, I got to get off around 8:30 a.m. Okay, before we have turn. 30 p.m. Tournaments are just a championship. That's complicated. So here's the thing, Tin. There's a few different things I would factor into this. One, if the under 15 championship is like a 2-week-long tournament and the other one only impacts one of the days of it, that's something to consider. Because then you're getting a whole nother tournament and basically assuming it's a blitz tournament and the champion lasts 3 days. $22 to $23. I would... I mean, I don't know how much sleep you as a person need. I gotta get off around 8:30, so that means that you'd have to get up earlier than that. It would be pushing it. It would be pushing it. I asked you how... I think that's different because of other factors. Not just that. That is a good... That's a good way of putting it, for one. For two, maybe you miss it once or twice. See... Again, the only reason I'm hesitating about agreeing with you there, Ronnie, is because I feel like that justifies me not picking up the kids more so than I want to. My point of that story was it was a failure on my part that I intend to not replicate. I'm talking about a sleep before the tournament thing. It's pushing it because if you have to leave at 8:30, then I'm not sure how good you are with getting breakfast and like and getting up on time. But for me, it means I would probably need an hour before I had to leave to be sure that I leave on time. If on a dime, I can on a dime. If needed to, I can do it in 30 minutes. But I usually would rather have an hour to be sure, just because I'm a pretty slow mover in the mornings. And so in that case, I mean, it's your choice, Tin. If you think you can do it, go for it. Just be ready to fail, if that makes sense. Is it worth the risk of failure? Is failure acceptable? Failure being you play terrible chess the first day of the youth championship. That's failure. Is it worth, let's assume it's guaranteed. Let's say there's a 100% chance you go to the Blitz. You're going to play bad the first day of the youth tournament. Is that worth it? Because if that's worth it, then you go to the Blitz no matter what. If it's not worth it, because it's about what you value more at the end of the day. Were it up to me, like if I actually, I don't even have to say if I were in your situation. I've been in that situation. I was in that situation recently. And in that situation, I chose not to do the Blitz. Because like messing up and getting an inconsistent sleep schedule a day before a tournament starts, it's going to mess you up at least a little. And I don't know if that's a different unique sleep schedule for you. If it's something you do consistently every day and it works fine, like going to bed at realistically 2300 and getting up at what would that be, 7:30 or something, and you can do that and it works fine for you, then go for it. But if it's not, and that's a unique schedule, doing that right before a tournament, it's like changing your sleep schedule right before a tournament. Even if you're changing it to another good sleep schedule, you're still changed right before a tournament. Your body is not going to love that. And you're going to feel it. How bad it'll be, I don't know, but you're going to feel it. Right? Oh no. What did White do? Then it's King F2, and then King H3, and then that's a game. 2 check. King F2, G3 check, and red. And Remy draw. But White messed up. This is an emotional roller coaster. You were right. You were absolutely correct, King. This is an emotional roller coaster. Can't perform as I'm only like 1650 national, which would translate to like a 1200 FIDE, and I'm 1650 FIDE. Still nationals, and it's like only national rate. If I record a few decent games, I could probably score a decent result. I mean, like, no, that's not. I'm not saying the Blitz tournament isn't worth doing. That's why I'm saying only you can make the decision. Is it worth it to you to lose the first day of the championship? Or make the first day of the championship noticeably weaker? That's it. That's just the question. Are you willing to make the first day of the championship noticeably weaker? Because again, unless your sleep schedule is already what it would be, changing it the day before the championship is going to cause worse play. I don't think there's really a way around it. If you're okay with that, which it's not wrong to be okay to be okay with that. You can be okay with that. It's completely reasonable. If you're okay with that, and go for it. You probably skip Blitz. Yeah. But if you're not okay with that, if that's not a... Yeah, this is a very boring shirt. I'm just wearing a gray shirt because I was actually doing stuff earlier today, and then I forgot to change it. And then it was stream time, and I was like, oh. And so I started streaming, and I forgot to change it. Sorry, Mohammed, for the boring result. Again, I would skip Blitz, but that's because I value those championship events. I use those as kind of a litmus test for where I am in chess. It's a absolutely a rational minds may differ situation. Do you think you can do ASMR stuff? I mean, probably I could. It doesn't look that hard. I mean, I have the audio quality to do so, I think. I've just never tried. Is that Polish or Polish? You got the voice for it? Do I? Well, most of the time when I see people do it, they like turn their voice really low and like do a quiet whisper into the microphone to try and make it sound a little bit more relaxing and pleasing in a way that isn't normally possible. I don't know if my mic picked any of that up. I think I picked it up because I have my noise. I have my Polish. Ah, okay, Polish best. The white pieces place king f3, which is mate in 17, because after king h3, the black king gets opposition and manages to protect the queening square. And if white tries to get his king into the queening square, black once again gets opposition. And it's well known that opposition in front of your own pawn in king and pawn endgames is a known win. See, I've just never considered ASMR because I've never really understood it. I've like this is going to sound weird, but it makes me feel weird whenever I listen to it. Like it's like it makes me slightly uncomfortable, you know? Cuz it sounds to me, it always has sounded not fake, but very put on. And so that makes me uncomfortable because it's like having a completely blank face that you can't read, you know? And so it makes me like, if you listen to it to fall asleep mainly, I could see that. I could never. It makes me feel on edge. It makes me feel like someone's really, really angry at me. Because I kind of naturally assume the worst. Yeah, I could play before. Natural rating is you have to actually grow that rating from 1600 life feed you play games. Natural rating. Just invent. I did not invent chess ASMR. Someone asked if I could do ASMR, and so I wanted to try it because I've never tried doing ASMR, and I'm willing to try new things randomly for funsies. That's kind of the point of my stream. I don't think Enzo's here anymore. I would be shocked if chess ASMR is not a thing. That seems like a Venn diagram with a large overlap. Watch, and we'll type in YouTube. Yeah, see? Boom. ASMR chess. There's even a YouTube channel. It's got like 38,000 views per video. Everything is thing notice. That's what I mean. Oh, yeah. I just listened to the guy start it, and it's very ASMR, but it's not Albanian. It's meant to be the flag for the 21 Pilots album at Bandito, but in this light, it looks red. It's a yellow flag, but I have blue light on it, so colors happen. I can speak in ASMR. It doesn't bother me at all. Actually, it feels kind of nice because it's like a nice vibration in the back of my throat, but listening to it, evidently, ASMR chess is kind of struggling, though. Bless his heart. See you, Tim. No, I mean, ASMR is a very popular thing. How could it not be struggling? I don't know. I mean, it's January, right? January is a terrible month for internet people. I feel like there's too much of a whine in my background. I'd have to like turn off my dehumidifier in order to actually do proper ASMR. My room gets silent when I have everything turned off. The problem is I just don't right now. Is February me? Oh, it is February. Well, he was struggling through January, and so that usually kind of carries over. And the last video where he said he was struggling was from 10 days ago, in which case it was still January. Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna play. What the heck is going on? Somehow, I actually kind of like my position. Yeah, I mean, it's just... second place. It's a good place to be. What can I say? Yeah, because a lot of younger chess players... More ASMR. That should be a channel for redemption. ASMR should be a channel for redemption. A lot of younger chess players tend to overinvest into opening theory because it's flashy and it's often talked about at top level chess, constantly changing, promises of very quick wins, and forcing tactical sequences, the likes of which would make even Mikhail Tal blush. Hello, Red Penguin. However, when faced with an opening that they have not studied for, this puts them at a unique disadvantage. Since they have not well enough trained their general chess ability and general ability to improvise. They know intuitively and from all the wisdom that they've been taught through their Gotham chess and Agadmator that this opening must be bad. It's counter-principled. It doesn't control the center. However, whenever asked for proof of this assertion, all that can be brought forward is meager attempts to seize an initiative or a kingside attack which does not truly exist. Things are pretty good, Penguin. Played in a tournament recently, yesterday. It went pretty well. I think I could have played better, but I got 9th out of 81. And say another language you were? No? Are you picking the word? Or am I picking the word? Who's picking the word here? You pick? So I'm picking a word and then saying it in as many languages as I know it in. I could do something boring like hello, but everybody knows hello in a billion languages. What would I pick? Hey, if you want to open up your king. You're not amazing at chess? Well, I would say that not being satisfied with your current chess ability is a reason to play in a tournament, not a reason not to. I don't know how the chess community is where you live, Penguin, but I know in general the chess community tends to be pretty good. Oh, what am I doing? I just opened up his bishop for free. Stupid. Very stupid. Now I'm losing. Ugh, that was a exceedingly dumb move. That was honestly impressively dumb. It would have been legitimately hard to find a worse move. Legitimately difficult. I into my family tree again? Oh, really? Come on, she's got them on 30,000 people ancestors, but only current one only 200. That's super neat. A lot of my extended family on my mom's side is very into the whole family tree thing, and so for that side of my family, it's incredibly well filled out in excruciating detail. It's super interesting. A few times I've just kind of gone through it out of sheer curiosity. You find some interesting stuff. Wow. I recently attended a family reunion, and unfortunately, one of the older members couldn't be there because of health complications. However, were they there, we would have had 5 generations in the same place at the same time, which I think is pretty cool. 5 generations. I'll make sure I had that math right. Might have been 6. Duh. 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 It's the same as duh. Duh. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, no, I think it was 6. Sorry, 6 generations. Yeah. We would have had 6. We had 5, but we would have had 6 did someone not have health complications. Norris, he drew a great-great-grandpa and a great-great-great-great-great-grandpa. Portraits are so realistic. Oh, that's super cool. That's a lovely thing to have. It's kind of like an heirloom sort of idea. You better have something really spicy planned if you think you can get away with this. Nice. Yep. Telling you, playing chess while talking is excruciatingly difficult. It's part of the fun of streaming. Only to the early 1700s. I don't know what the earliest pictures we have for my extended family are. I know we have them going pretty far back because some of my family have gone on excursions to where our family immigrated from in I believe it was Ireland. Yeah, I don't think mine goes that far back. Denis Lazovic beat Magnus? Wow, legend. Fine, let's get a draw here. Hey, if you think you can get a draw, go for it. I'm going to make your life difficult, because that's my job. prove to me that you deserve the draw, and I'll consider it. No, my job is to make your life difficult. Not people's in like a wide concept. Specifically yours. For you are my opponents. Well, I can tell you specific. Because at this point, I have like a half job. I don't have any normal job currently because my schedule is very chaotic due to college. And so instead, I pretty much just help free up my parents by tutoring my my little brothers through high school. Did you there? Sure you did. Sure. No, for sure, definitely. Tell that to the chess.com result. You're offered a job for some reason. Well, it depends what the job was, but I would consider it. Plus, I mean, I forgot about the word thing. Well, I could say the word have in 3 different languages. Like, I have. That'd be I have in English, and then imam in Macedonian, and be echo in Greek. That's about it. And those are the 3 languages I'm working on. I feel like there's more coming for that hypothetical from you, Penguin, so I'm going to wait. Chess coach, let's say like 28,000 a year. Whew. I would absolutely accept, but I'm not tengo in Spanish. Oh, cool. But I'm not nearly that good at chess. That's the problem. I would love to do that, but that's honestly like 80% of my motivation to improve at chess currently is just so I can get good enough to do coaching more seriously. But it's difficult. There's a lot of grandmasters as competition. So it's fairly reasonable. And then evidently, your king is not as weak as I thought it was. Or rather, I should be more specific. Oh, I know. I don't have 0 value, I just don't have that much value. Okay, give me a second. How do I pronounce that? Mex Chex Mix, thank you so much for the follow. There were a lot of X's in there. It took me a second. But I think I got it. That's the correct pronunciation, right? Yeah, because my king is weaker than I thought it was. I completely forgot about this bishop till it was far too late. Something like this makes some sense, but it's difficult. There's no good move here. I'm already losing. How to beat Smith Mora? Well, if you want to be lazy like me, you can just avoid it entirely and make it transpose into an Alapin. That is a fairly good solution. Additionally, there's a few different lines that you can use to really fight it, to really combat the Smith Mora, try and win. How? I'll show you. Oh, it's your turn, so I can just show you right here. So if I go e4, c5, d4, takes c3, in this position you play knight f6. Congratulations, it's an Alapin. If you want to win the pawn and then win, that's a different matter. I'm talking you let him keep the pawn and you transpose it into a Alapin, which is something that that you can be more comfortable playing. Smith Mora players don't want to play an Alapin, they want to play a Smith Mora. Well, if you want the free pawn, then you're going to have to fight for it. You're going to have to earn it. There's a few setups here. I've heard of a pretty good one like a6, b5, e6. I don't know much about it on top of my head. You want an advantage? Then, my good sir, you're going to have to study. You're going to have to do your homework. Getting an advantage here as black is very difficult. Arguably, you can't get an advantage, you get equality. Smith Mora is not that unsound. Smith Mora is very close to sound. I've heard good things about the e6 systems. E6, A6, this bishop comes like here, the queen goes here, this, then like this, and you push for d5. I don't remember exactly how it works, but I've heard about E6, A6 systems, where you push b5 quick, go bishop b7, and use the bishop either... No, I think the bishop's stacked here with the queen, so it's like bishop c5, queen b6, knight comes to c6, bishop b7, knight e7, and you go for like this very aggressive, strong bishop dynamic. You have to be careful because there's a lot of positions where white can sack a piece there, so you have to know your stuff, but I've heard good things. At some point I plan on learning those systems so that I actually have something to beat the Smith-Morra with, because right now transposing into the Alapin takes the sting out of it for sure, but it doesn't play for a win super strong. In the same way that the Alapin in general doesn't play for the win super strong. So it's playable, it's good, but it's like a little unambitious. And I'm typically play more ambitious openings, so. Glue, 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 I don't think is here anymore. E4, F5. You enjoy your goofy openings. His egg should still be here, correct? Correct. The egg. Incorrect. That was dumb. Yep. I'm not sure if I believe you. Somehow. Boom it. I'm here. It's not your turn yet, Shaw, so you're good. The scary thing is Michael Burns, he's young and improving, so he's going to figure it out rather soon. Those sorts of gimmicks only work twice against younger players like that. It's going to get whacked. Against older players, don't even try them. Don't even try it. Against younger players, it works once, twice. And so it's a good trick to pull, but then after a few times, they'll learn the theory and you'll get murdered. It might be confusing, but it's bad. And that's all that really matters. Bishop c4. Okay. Bro is hoping for the copycat. Okay. Sure. Knight g5. Okay. Bishop e6. Take that with whatever, honestly. Both are very good. Both of them are very, very good for you. Bishop's probably slightly better just because this bishop is such a strong piece. It completely dominates these very weak light squares around the king. And even if he does something goofy to get it out, well, you have knight d5, which is disgusting. So, taking with knight first is probably slightly better, but taking both ways is very good. Queen e7, knight d5. Oof, excellent move. Knight takes, e takes. What a beautiful piece that knight is. c3 is absolutely not correct. Okay, you win as queen here. That's called a queen. That's what we in the business call a queen. Mr. Egg. In general, when your opponent gives you a queen, nope, you should probably take it. But okay, c3, I don't like c3 at all. c3 is bad. This is a very creative idea, though. I appreciate it. Oh, whoa, hold on a second. Did he just castle queenside in that position? I'm gonna be sick. What is bro cooking? Stay out of the kitchen, my guy. He castled queenside here. He wants to die. He demands death. Kill him. A5, bishop c5, take. Queen g4. Yo. Queen h3, sure. My bishop takes g5. Ooh. What a... That is depressing. Why? Why? Egg, what the heck was that? What the heck was this sequence? On o'clock? Sit there and wait. Don't mind the rook sacrifice? What about the bishop sacrifice? What was your plan if you just played rook d7? Explain to me what the plan was. This is the perfect plan, comedian. You're still winning here, obviously. But what's your plan? A6. Don't tell me the computer move. I want your move. If I wanted the computer move, I would ask the computer. I was going to play this. Apparently that's me too. Yeah, you can't stop it. There's no universe. Yeah, okay. A6 was what you were going to do, yet in this position you gave him a rook. I believe that. Yeah, I believe that. No, for sure. You definitely saw A6, but you didn't see that the queen could take the rook. Yeah, no, absolutely. For sure. In this position, in 2 seconds, you saw A6, but you didn't see that the rook was hanging. Hey, good job, comedian. In 2 seconds. Bro is literally Magnus Carlsen. Except for when their rooks are involved. If there's a rook involved, he's not Magnus Carlsen anymore. So, speaking like someone who's not delusional, why not play A6 immediately here then? Wise guy? Megs. That feels like a slur. When is it good to start streaming? I think it was 2 p.m. our time is best. Have to check the stats again, but 2 p.m. our time is very good. A6 kills him. But I would be looking for a way to break through here. Oh, never. Even Queen F5 I like a lot. Just, what are you going to do? I'm just going to take this. How are you going to stop me? Go rook H8. I'm pretty sure I could take this. Chiribu chiriba. Yes, that is what I mean. It's not gonna, the success rate's very low. The time commitment is not worth it relative to other things you could be doing with your life. It's a hobby for me, not a career path. Arguably not a productive enough hobby. But that is a conversation for me, myself, and I at 3 a.m. when I'm feeling insecure. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I did see that. Why? I haven't done a ton of reading into it, but it looks like, I mean, out of all the people you could give honorary GM title, that seems like a pretty reasonable choice, yeah? Well, yeah, but true passion requires true grind set. And at the end of the day, success rates are very low, and there's a lot more stable and productive long-term things you could be doing with the same passion. Now, obviously, you can't change. It's difficult to have full control over what you're passionate about. So I'm not saying it's... He's not 100% wrong, but that makes the 50% wrong that he is all the more deceptive. King is correct. Never going to give you up, never going to let you down. and that's streaming. Plus, it's unclear if streaming even has a future in the content media landscape. I'm kind of hedging my bets on it having a future, because as AI tools get better, I think real-time interaction will be easier and easier to monetize, which is kind of depressing. But that is good motivation. The rook, like this rook sack is painful. Here, you go for this. He's going to play like queen f5 or something, and then you check with queen. He goes king h7, and then you start trying to nibble on the pawns. And how is he going to stop you? Trick question. He ain't. Rook d8, queen x8. Oh, this is such a... So it was per pet, but your opponent, I believe, wanted to win, so... And so, because he wanted to win, he played into a losing king and pawn endgame. Kill him. Good endgame stuff. Thank you, Nobara Zia, for the follow. Ooh, like Nobara Linux? Is there another meaning for the word Nobara that I don't know about? There usually is for Linux, and then I sound dumb whenever I see thing and think, ooh, Linux. Oh yeah, there's a character from a video game called Nobara. Yeah, never mind. It's probably the character, not the Linux. Never mind. The Linux is probably named after the character, truth be told. Linux users, right? I'm doing pretty well. How are you doing? Ignore my mini tangent. Yeah, now I just surround him. Good stuff. In come the pieces. And now the king walks in. And you made him. Perfect. Good stuff. Good endgame. Just... This is a pretty creative idea, actually. The more I look at it, the more I kind of like what you were going for here. Securing the pawn. I mean, you can't take it yet, so then you're, like, forcefully trapping the bishop. This is a pretty... Even though... It's pretty clear that this is a better idea because it concretely wins the queen. I gotta be real. This is a pretty creative idea. And I don't mind it. The more I look at it, the less I mind it. Very cool. The coolest. It's Red Penguin's turn. The more I like this as an idea. Definitely understood the idea. I have no idea if you did or not, but it was definitely a cool idea. Not your turn yet, Shawz. Don't worry. Although, glue, it is your turn. It'll be your turn next, I think, Shawz? Yeah, you're next. And since Red Penguin, I think, just left... Can I send you Blitz? Please do. Oh, we're going to be great. The timing's pretty good today. Going to be a wee bit late. My challenge is to always have 0 alco points, because being broke is cool. In that case, I'll take your allowance. Give me a Dallas. I'll be uncool for your sake. 3.2k? Oh, so uncool. Painfully uncool. I don't see your challenge, Glue. You mind telling me chess.com so I can send you a challenge? Because I don't remember it. Being a Twitch streamer is a good option for you. No, you're not broke as a Twitch streamer. It's worse. You have like $2 streaming in, just enough to taunt you with the fact that money still exists. If you're doing something that keeps you broke, you can forget that money is a thing that society invented. Twitch never lets you. Send it? I saw it for a brief second. Oh, here it is. Skotsvim? I have no idea how to pronounce that. I'm trying to learn Greek, and I have no idea how to pronounce that. Teacher, homeless, same thing. In the US, I'm joking. Hey, but... Oh, I'm playing 3+2, I have to play faster. Skotvsem? Or is it spelled with Latin even though it's supposed to be the Greek characters? What's the V again? I am very good at chess. No. I don't see it. What's my theory for this position again? Is it A4? I think it's A4. I'm pretty sure it's A4 here. Yeah, I forget my lines. No idea what I'm supposed to do in this position. Just like no clue whatsoever. Completely clueless. It's probably wrong. You can't join, I closed the queue, comedian. Nice try. But actually, the try wasn't nice. Boom. Roasted. I don't think A5 is correct, but I want to see how he punishes it, if he does. Yeah, so my thought process was, okay, now A6 is weak. That was the end of my thought process. I no longer have a thought after that process. You closed queue early today? No, I didn't. It's 10:57. I normally finish streams at 11. If I'm on time, which, to be fair, is a rarity. Why did I miss this move? This is such a good move. Oh. Cool. You love to see it. You hate to be it, but you love to see it. How many pawns does he have for the exchange? One? Shouldn't be worth it. Let's read 1900. Hey, congrats, Ronnie. Shouldn't be enough. Right. I'm all in favor of friendly banter, but your banter doesn't feel super duper friendly. It feels kind of vitriolic, if I'm being honest. Am I stupid? Yeah, I'm stupid. Use this. Am I stupid? I have to try. My heart won't let me do anything else but try. I have to. I have to. My heart won't let me. I think I'm stupid. That is sad. Hey, but you got it this time. You got it eventually. I am stupid. Although I think this was also a poor move. Looks poor. Yeah, I think he had to block with bishop here, and then after go like rook d1 or something, he can go like queen e6. Although in that case, I think I have rook e1. Ah, never mind. Maybe I'm not dumb. Maybe I'm a genius. Your rating? Hey. That shouldn't be that hard. Oh, let's go, gamers. Let's go. I am so sure I'm cooking, but I don't know what I'm cooking. Oh, stupid. How many pieces do I have for the queen? 3? 3 pieces for the queen. That was a panic move. Probably wasn't good. On the other hand, it's not that bad. Favorite Macedonian player? What do you mean? From like a person perspective or from like a chess perspective? Like, do you mean like from a style perspective where I love watching them play? Or do you mean from like a, I like them as a person and I would want to hang out with them more? Mouse slipped 3 times in a row. Dumb. How dumb was that queen sack? Player? I don't know. No. That queen sack I might have been cooking. If I had like focused a bit more, I might have been able. I think it could have worked. Maybe this knight move was bad. I feel like that was so close to working. Alexander the Great? True. Wait, I'm a genius. It was sound. Computers calling triple zeros, and now I'm winning. It's +5. I'm a genius, guys. I'm like so smart. I just had to play knight takes. Knight takes, and then knight d5 evidently was the idea. And then I play king f1, rook e1, and I win. Literally winning. I was cooking. Which player I trust the most? I don't know. Well, knight c7 isn't a problem because then you take the pawn. Right? That's the issue. Knight c7 doesn't win because of the pawn. But after this, then I have to be able to play rook e1, which means I need to play king f1. And if you go knight f6, then I take with check and you have the same problem. I go here and rook d8 and you lose. So you have to keep your knight there, so you're stuck. You don't have any good moves. You could play like f6, but then I just go king f1. And then you could play king f7, but then I go rook e1. And, oh, spaghetti toes. Oh, I can't believe it. Did you guys see that? I told you it worked. I told you, man. I told you it was sound. I knew it in my heart. 2050 or something, it was dumb. I told you guys it worked. In my heart. I knew. I didn't play very well this game, but in this position, I knew. I knew. Imagine if I had won that game. I was winning. Oh, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. I almost played the right move. I did this, and then I did this, and then I did this, and I took with knight. I took with queen, with a rook, and it was stupid. I knew. I knew, guys. I knew. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. How often do you get to just sack a queen? Just your opponent attacks a queen as a switch and zook, and you say, I forgot, and you take his piece. Come on. I told you I knew. Again, this was incorrect. Yeah, I think you had to play bishop d7. Yep, bishop d7, rook d1, queen e6 loses. So you actually have to play queen a7, which is hilariously passive. That's insane. That is psychotic. Does knight e5 work? No, you have bishop e8. So I have to play like knight d4. g6, knight e4. I have to bring in the knights. Come on, guys. I'm so mad. That was such a pretty queen sack. It's been said before that a pawn on the 7th rank is worth a rook, and I think it's true. Just this. What I missed is that queen takes knight b8, and I have a billion pieces. g6, I play knight c6. Come on. 3 pieces and a rook for the queen. That's called compensation. So you have to play... So after knight takes, you have to play knight takes. Try to hold on to some semblance. But still. Knight d5, f5, king f1. You can try a5. It's just too forcing. Oh, it's so pretty. That's so pretty. King f1 was what I missed. Because that's the reason I didn't play rook takes. Is because I was like, oh, if I play knight takes, then I don't have anything defending the e1 square. And so I can't play rook e1. But I should have thought about it. King f1 makes so much sense. King f1 is the brilliant move in the sequence. That's the problem. Is like, the brilliant move wasn't at the start when it was pawn takes f6. The brilliant move was this deep in the sequence. When you had to see knight takes, king f1. Or first knight d5. And then after f6, which is what looked most reasonable to me, then king f1. This is the brilliant move. This is the actual brilliant move. And I missed this idea. And because I missed this idea, that's why it all fell apart. King f1 is also good. And it would have made this queen move lose even more immediately. Man. Dark Gladiator T, thanks so much for the follow. Also, what am I remembering? I mean, in Blitz, king f1 is almost unfindable. See, that's the annoying part, is it's almost unfindable. It's not unfindable, it's almost unfindable. It's absolutely findable, but it's almost unfindable. It's findable because you just think backwards. I've talked about this in chess so many times when I'm telling people how to find good moves. You think backwards. You think from what you need to do to how to do it. It's like there's a Steve Jobs interview where he's asked a question. And I don't remember what the question was, but he ends up going into detail in his answer. And in detail, he brings up something. He says, a lot of tech companies start with the technology and work towards the product, work towards the experience. Like, okay, we have this technology. What can we do with it? And the same is true, and now I'm adding the chess bits. The same is true in chess. People think, we have these pieces, we have these themes, we have these lines. What can we do with them? What can we do with them? because it's a 1 minute cooldown for each person. Other people can use it. So if you have 10 people, they can do 10 claps in a row. And then he says, so what the difference with Apple is, which that was the difference at the time, it's not the case at Apple anymore, but he said, what the difference is with Apple is we start and we think, okay, what experience are we trying to get? And then we work on the technology to get us to that experience. And it's the same thing in chess. You don't think, okay, what exists in the position and how do I take advantage of it? You think, okay, what do I want to take advantage of in the position and what do I need to do to get there? In this position, you don't think, it's incorrect to think, okay, what do I have in the position? Let's calculate based on that. You think, okay, what do I need to make this position work? And then you think. The experience, well, that was the first thing. But his point was that you don't start with the technology. You start with the experience, and then you work backwards to the technology. The technology that doesn't help your experience is irrelevant. And the technology that does help your experience is the only technology that matters and should be fully invested in. You know, you see that with, like, the iPod. You know, where for all Jobs' rough edges, you know, they pushed it and it was like, it can't be the way it is. It must be something else. Otherwise, it's not worth doing. Good night, comedian. You know? So in chess, it's the same principle where it's like, okay, what can we make happen? And if we can't make it happen, then it's not worth doing. That's kind of part of my problem, Glue Glue. Is why I'm so bad at Blitz. Is I really love that backwards thinking. It's like my favorite part of chess, but like you said, it's very difficult to do in faster time controls. Nigh on impossible. For marketing class? Well, then you definitely shouldn't take it from me because I failed my marketing class. I am so mad about that. Y'all don't even know. I've got words to say about my marketing class. Words I'm not going to say because they're mean, but I've got words. Nice try, Shaz. If I didn't mess something up royally on my bot, you should have no way of touching the queue open versus closed variable. Knight b5, knight a6, e3. What is this, Jobava London, right? No, it's not quite. Jobava London has c4. So this is like a weird almost Jobava London. No, that's the thing about Jobs, is, like I said, Jobs had flaws, but I do respect a lot of what he did for his strengths, especially later in his career. Early career Steve Jobs was like Elon Musk or Sam Bankman-Fried, you know, just kind of a person. But late career Jobs actually had a lot more, for lack of a better word, wisdom. And so if you're careful and you pick out the late career Jobs stuff, there's a lot to learn. Got results too? Not for my marketing final. I failed one of the I failed the first exam, so I had to go take the final instead of taking the 2 midterms, pretty much. It's funny. In a very real sense, getting kicked out of Apple is the best thing that ever happened to Jobs. Interesting. I mean, this shows kind of the strength of these systems. White ended up getting this nice full center. Now the problem... What is the problem? Is there something like an e5 or c5 in the position? That's my first instinct. c5's not bad. c5's playable. Oh, this is just hanging. Wow. Idle rich guy? I wouldn't say idle. Again, there's some things I admire about him, some things I don't care for at all. Like anyone else in life, you try and you take the parts you like and leave the parts you don't. When you're trying to learn from somebody. I mean, that's not how people work when you're trying to form a relationship, but like when you're learning from somebody from a distance, you take the parts you like, you leave the parts you don't. And so Jobs is only my idle rich guy in the sense that I feel like he has more stuff to take than an Elon Musk does, or a Zuckerberg, or a Bezos. You know, or a or a Gates. Whew, don't like Bill Gates, but yeah. So you just hung upon, but it's a very weird way to hang upon. You got to be careful whenever this is night here. Any tactics that that weaken the square, even if it looks ridiculous, you just always have to consider that this square is ridiculous. Warren Buffett, yeah, like Warren Buffett. Well, Warren Buffett might feel like has more stuff than Jobs to take. Even he probably does. You know, different people have different amounts of things you can learn from them, and it's not. I'm not saying I'm completely correct about how much I can learn from everybody. I'm just saying, you know, maybe I've read one too many books about Steve Jobs. Which that one too many would be one. It's a pretty good book, admittedly. It was a little bit pro-Jobs propaganda, but he's a human being, and it was written by a friend, so it's difficult, you know? Who would you choose then? I don't know. I see. This is going to sound weird. I don't think you could get that much from an hour session from any human. Like honestly, what is an hour session? Like the memes about the dinner with Jay-Z versus $500,000. I like. What are you going to gain from a dinner with Jay-Z? Unless you think. Yep, nope, that sounds about right, pandas. Unless you think you can like pitch something to them and get involved from a business perspective, like basically pitch yourself, convince them that you're worth investing in, right? In that case, fair enough. It's basically an interview. You're managing to worm your way into an interview with the person, which I can respect that. But otherwise, like what are you expecting to gain? I've never understood that. Like rich people understand some things, but they're not like super geniuses who could fix your entire life in an hour. They got some good ideas and some bad ideas. A lot of it's luck. If they're self-aware, they can tell what parts of it are luck and not use that as advice, but otherwise, like, okay. It's definitely worth something, but it's not worth 500,000. You know what I mean? Book hour session psychologist to learn a lot. Yeah, but that's different. In that case, you're talking with someone who's specifically trained to help you. Right? It's that person's job to help you. And even then, I don't think an hour session is much with a psychologist. As someone who's used a psychologist, I don't think an hour session is a lot. So with someone whose specific training and schooling and life thing they're learning is how to help people, an hour session isn't very much. So you go with someone whose investment is something else. You know, teaching is not in and of itself. Teaching is a separate skill than anything else that you do. Like teaching chess is a different skill than playing chess, right? It's like saying an hour with Magnus Carlsen would make you that much better of a chess player. It's like, I'm sure you would learn something. It's not worthless, obviously, but like, what are you expecting? I haven't. But see, that's the thing. There's no. It's not learning something as a human being is soft. It's not a hard thing to say it takes this much time. It's not a math equation. Plus, on top of that, just because you learn something, who knows what you're going to learn? Maybe you learn, oh wow, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. That's something you learn, but like, it's not exactly life-changing. You could write a book about it. Maybe that's the most value you can get from it, is you write a book about your dinner with Jay-Z. You're a good writer, but then you need to be a good writer already. In that case, write a book about something else. I mean... like those hour session questions, I find them interesting. I enjoy them as questions, but to me they're never a question about which human do I think could give me the most skills, could I transfer the most skills to me in an hour session, because I don't think that's how skills work. But it's more so like a perspective thing, you know, like whose perspective could I gain the most from in an hour? Because, like, Warren Buffett has spent his entire life honing the skill of investment, right? It's not something you can transfer in an hour. It takes a lifetime to learn those skills. And yeah, obviously the hour will be helpful and it will expedite the process, but you're not going to get to the Warren Buffett level or even anywhere close with an hour of training. That's just not how skills work. You know, Magnus Carlsen, like Garry Kasparov, started a chess school, right? But he didn't train 20 players as good as Garry Kasparov. Yeah, learning is slow. It's worth it. It's a good thing. I am super pro learning. But an hour dinner isn't a learning experience. I know the dinner wasn't mentioned in your question of hour session with any human, but one isolated hour isn't learning. In that case, read a book by the person. You know, what's interesting about the hour thing is it's a human experience. You get to interface with another human being who you normally wouldn't interface with. That's the cool part, and I would love to do that. I would super enjoy that. There are so many people I would love to talk to. Every day, I think of like 3 new people who I'd love to just sit down and have a conversation with, because I feel like they would have some fascinating things to say. And I feel like I'd have a ton of interesting questions to answer, to ask them, you know? Yeah, but in that case, you're already learning it yourself, and you're like going to a professor at college and asking an expert, hey, I have these very specific, meaningful questions, can I ask you? Right? Which, that's great. But usually, not always, but usually, if you spend the time and if you work that hard to gain those skills, it's not impossible to find people to ask those questions to. It's not going to be Warren Buffett, but it's going to be people who know very, very good amounts of information on that topic. But that's like the best use case, for sure, of the hour dinner, if we're going to do the hour with one human being. But again, even then, how are you going to be at the level where the only person who could teach you is Warren Buffett? Like, again, Magnus Carlsen's example. I don't need Magnus Carlsen to tell me what's wrong with my chess, or tell me what I need to know about my chess. Any grandmaster, heck, any international master could do that, you know? And so spending an hour with Magnus is kind of silly, because it's like, okay, or I could spend 100 hours with an IM and gain a bunch from that, you know? So you would have to be at already a really high level in order to gain more value from the 1 hour than you would time with someone else who's not at that high of a level. Yeah, but at that point, it's also kind of a flex thing. Didn't, like, Sam Bankman-Fried do that? He didn't do it with Warren Buffett, but he did. But he did spend a bunch of money spending time with celebrities. And again, maybe you're at the point, right? Like, that guy has $19 million to blow on lunch. Okay, at that point, if you're doing that well with investing, maybe Warren Buffett is the only person you can learn from. I find that unlikely, but it's possible. Right? Aisha Solo, thanks so much for the follow. It's possible. I'm not going to say it's completely out of the question. I find it very difficult to believe, though. You know, and so those, like, the lunch with Jay-Z would be fascinating. I'm sure Jay-Z has a bunch of interesting things to say. And I'm sure I would have many interesting questions I'd want to ask him. However, like, come on. I wouldn't spend 500 grand on that if I had 500 grand, which is the implication if you're answering one of these questions, you know? Again, I'm not saying it's useless. It's just people. Isn't it, but if you have money, you can have private sessions with many experts. Isn't it bad for meritocracy? What do you mean? Meritocracy just means if you're good at things, you succeed. Right? You succeed based on merit. Well, technically it's the rule of the people who succeed, right? Yeah, people selected according to merit, right? Are experts for their kids. Okay, so the two counterpoints there. There's two counterpoints, I would say. One is historically it's only semi-true. A lot of rich people's kids end up terrible. But the more important counterpoint is kind of like, who cares? Like, assuming you believe that rising tide raises all ships. That's kind of the base assumption of meritocracy, right? Is you have to, if you believe in a meritocracy, you fundamentally must believe that the rising tide raises all ships. That if things are improving, they're improving for everybody, you know? That's kind of the assumption. So the assumption underpinning a meritocracy is that if people who are really good at things are doing things, it doesn't matter who the people who are good at things are, it's going to improve life for everybody. That's the assumption. How true that assumption is, it's neither here nor there. But that's the assumption. If you assume that there's a limited amount of stuff and that we have to divide up the stuff, then a meritocracy doesn't make any sense because there's just some people getting more stuff than others. But if you assume that people who are good at things, doing things, makes more things, that essentially the universe is unlimited in kind of a philosophical sense, then a meritocracy makes sense because you're like, okay, it's not taking away from anyone else for those people to go to an Ivy League college. We just get better doctors, better scientists, more technological development, more everything. And so, yes, you're not directly helping the poor, but you are because medicine gets dummy cheap, and so suddenly, you know, we've eliminated smallpox, which massively helps the poor. That's kind of the idea. Because we've got scientists and doctors good enough to completely eliminate smallpox, which I'd be shocked if smallpox didn't disproportionately affect low-income people when it existed, right? That's the philosophical justification. Not saying necessarily 100% believe that, but that's kind of the idea. Is the kind of the who cares, it's still helping everybody. Access education? Oh yeah, for sure. But I'm not saying, like, exactly. That's why someone who really gets meritocracy is not going to deny that. They're going to say it doesn't matter. You know? They're not going to say, well, no, they're going to say, yeah, they do, but it's still better for everybody. That's what I mean. That's the point. Is that, yeah, maybe they do get better education, but it like doesn't matter, because if our objective is to help people, it still is better for everybody than the alternatives. Again, I'm not saying I totally believe this. I'm saying that's the argument. Like, in theory, you shouldn't have to deny it. You know? Where to go to college? What about them? They are now alive instead of dead because of smallpox. That's still an improvement. No, it's not perfect, but the idea is that it's an improvement. That's number one. Number one is that regardless of what else happens, it's already an improvement because they're not dead due to smallpox. Which I know smallpox isn't due to meritocracy totally, but I'm using it as a convenient example of what meritocracy would theoretically enable. I know it's... history is more complicated than that. We can't say, ooh, meritocracy caused smallpox to be cured. I'm just using that as an example of the type of radical change that proponents of meritocracy would say that it would cause. Right, so that's step one is, okay, well, first off, they're alive and somewhat healthy. Big step up. And then step two is, well, if people are trying to do the best, if like someone owns a company and, or not even a company, it's a meritocracy. So if the government is trying to be the best it can be, they would obviously be trying to hunt for these sorts of talented people who can do amazing things. Because like, you find two of them, it completely changes everything. So like, the hunt would be on the entire time by anyone who actually cares, which in theory would be everyone, which isn't true, but it's the theory. So theory is one, it's already way better for them because the education will in general be better, health will in general be better, opportunities will generally be better, and then on top of that, people who are actually committed to being the best that they could be will realize that it's in their best interest to seek out others who are also crazy good. Again, it's not that simple in real life, but that's the thought process. Yeah, that's a fair place to reason. At the same time, well, that's kind of part of the problem, right? Is like, when do you start your meritocracy? That's why it can't ever be almost a political thing. It has to be a philosophical thing. Because if you ever make it like a political thing, then you run into the problem of like reparations, where it's like, okay, we can start this now, but you still have people who start with an advantage. And it's like, if it's a political thing, then the response to that is, oh yeah, you're right. We have to figure out a way to balance the playing field before we start this new way of doing things. If it's a philosophical thing, then you say, well, we have to start somewhere. So it's not a great starting place, but it's a starting place. It's the one we've got, we'll start. Obviously, it's people not starting from the same line is a bad thing. You start with that? Well, you don't. It's a philosophical point. You don't. And even if you do, you still don't, because it's probably a bad idea. But because then you run into the problems of what is objective merit and things like, again, the world ends up much more complicated than theory. Coming to the closest we can get to it. Yeah, but see, that's part of the problem, is they started with some really big advantages. They started with a stacked hand. Like, wow. And so, yeah, they're successful, but, you know, like, Norway's got some successes, but man, that oil money doesn't hurt. And you can find a way. Yeah, but my point is that there will be more ways. The two arguments for and against exactly what you just said. On the one hand, it's like, okay, if he really wants to learn, he'll find a way. But then the problem is, in finding a way, he has to put in more effort than other people do, so he's still at a disadvantage, even if he finds a way. Because it'll take longer, it'll take more effort, it'll... whatever. Whatever the reason is, he's still at a disadvantage. That's reason number one. Now, that's the argument against what you said. The argument in favor of what you said is that, well, in theory, in a meritocracy, there should be as many ways as possible. Because anyone who really wants people to succeed will realize that, oh, if we give people opportunities to succeed, they'll succeed. So the argument against it is, okay, but he's still starting from disadvantage. Doesn't matter how hard he tries. The fact that he has to try hard is a disadvantage. And then the other side of it is, well, yeah, but there will be more ways because there's gotta be, you know, like, it doesn't make sense for there not to be if people are really trying for success. If you're aiming for success, then helping other people success. But it depends. It depends on how you define success. Because here's the thing. Part of the problem with the whole meritocracy argument is Bobby Kotick, former CEO of Activision Blizzard. He got in, he did stuff for a while, a lot of stuff I don't want to say out loud. Then he got fired with his however many tens of millions of dollar golden parachute. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the problem. He takes 15 million as part of his departure when he destroyed the company. So if you're Bobby Kotick, you're like, oh, boo-hoo. You know what I mean? Decreased in some areas, keep talent hardworking people from reaching their potential? Absolutely. But see, here's the thing. No, you will. But here's the thing, Glue. It doesn't keep everyone from reaching their potential. It keeps many. Does not keep everyone. I read Outliers. Excellent book. Highly recommend. The thing is, Glue, it's not keeping everyone, but it doesn't have to. It keeps some. It keeps many. I wouldn't even reckon to say it keeps most. Because if we draw like a bell curve here, which this is going to be scuffed, because you're going to only barely be able to see this. Right? Let me move my microphone. I might have made it worse. Nope, you can see things. Right? And this is the bell curve of people who normally want to succeed. And it's like, okay, you got this many people. These are the people who succeed. These are the people this way. Right? The barriers aren't saying no one can succeed anymore. All it's doing is it's taking this line that I drew here and it's moving it that direction. And so just suddenly, you know, you don't speak the language. You aren't born speaking the language that the entire world runs on. And so suddenly you have another step you have to take. So it makes it harder. Yes, the people who are crazy amazing over here will still succeed. Actually, it moves the entire graph this way, is a more realistic way of putting it. Yes, these people will succeed. They still will. They always will. But the people in this gap here, who may not have been the best in the world, but would have been really darn good, those people will not succeed. So, yeah, no, it's great. The people over here will still succeed. They will still do great things. But you're losing this entire section of people, and the people all the way over here might not be as great. If Magnus Carlsen were born somewhere else, I'm not going to give another country because I feel like that might be a bit much. He probably would still be a top player. He just would not be Magnus Carlsen. He'd be moved a little bit to the left. Still top player. But being born in Norway, that helped a little bit. Right? That's the point. is the disadvantages don't kill every chance. They make it harder. And making it harder limits the number of people who can be great, and to some degree probably makes them less great. That one's harder to justify. That one's not as black and white, but it definitely cuts out a portion of the people who could have been great. And that is a tragedy. That's like an absolute disaster. Think of all the life-saving doctors, all the scientists, they're just not there. That's what I mean. But even if he did get a chessboard, because he was just that smart, it still wouldn't have been the same, you know? Now, it's difficult, because then you get into what-ifs with people, and it's hard, right? That's why I said the greats becoming less great is a little less black and white, a little less clear. But losing an entire gap of maybe not the best of all times, but really, really good, is still a massive loss for society. Still a humongous loss. Again, Outliers talks about this as well, which I've assumed you read it if you've name dropped it. Outliers talks about this as well. Outliers leads and finishes with the whole, how many Einsteins do we not have? But it also, you know, like, the not Einsteins are also, you know, a pretty big deal. That's what I mean, yeah. But see, that's kind of part of my point. If you're a scientist in Europe and you're thinking, wow, I really want to do a science. I really wish there were more scientists. And you look at Africa and you see, wow, there are a lot of people there who are people, and so they have the potential to be smart and like do amazing things. You would be like hilariously foolish to not immediately say to yourself, wow, imagine if somebody did anything. The amount of potential in that entire continent is insane. That's what I mean. A true meritocracy argument wouldn't say Africans are less intelligent. That's stupid. They would say, wow, look how much human intelligence is there that's being wasted because you don't have access to drinkable water. You know what I mean? Like the amount of human potential. That's where the meritocracy argument comes in. Is it says, okay, look at all the human potential there. It doesn't matter if the people at the top get more. There's so much there that it doesn't matter. Now, again, I'm not saying that's necessarily true, because there's people like Bobby Kotick who exist who don't care about any of that and hoard for themselves and don't care about trying to improve things for other people because their goal isn't to improve things, right? The problem with the meritocracy argument is it kind of assumes that the people at the top all want to improve life for everybody. It all assumes they want to the thing that they're doing, and it assumes that Magnus Carlsen wants more people to be good at chess. Oh yeah. For sure. The meritocracy thing kind of assumes that Magnus Carlsen wants more people to be good at chess. Which I think Magnus Carlsen does, but I don't think necessarily every champion would. I don't think Fischer did. Or Morphy. Or maybe even like Capablanca. I don't know enough about Capablanca to say, but that's where my sticking point is and why I'm not totally sold. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go as well. It's like almost midnight, so ciao. Yeah, I find this stuff fascinating. It's just dangerous, though, you know, to talk about. Night.